Hello, everybody. We are running about 10 minutes late, but I think it's time we start this session. Welcome to the Haptic Hype session. It's going to be a very exciting session, and this is one of the first paper sessions in UIST 2023 program. I'm really excited about the lineup. We have some amazing papers. Before we start the talks, I want to give some administrative information. First of all, I'm Anusha Vitana. I'm from University of Sydney. I'm going to be chairing this session. Today we have 6 presentations, and I'm going to do a very quick introduction. I'm going to introduce the presenting author of the paper, and they are going to introduce their co-authors. Usually the chair would introduce everybody, but to save time, I think this way is better. And also, I'm going to mispronounce a lot of names. This way, I'm going to only mispronounce one name. So that's good, right? And so this year, we have 8 minutes to present and 4 minutes for Q&A. And it's a tight schedule, so I'm going to keep time. And sometimes, well, that means sometimes I might have to interrupt the presentation, or I might have to stop the Q&A session. I apologize in advance. I know it's not the ideal thing, but we have a 2-hour lunch break. That means we have some time afterwards. You can talk to the authors. And when you ask questions, I think it will be best if you can introduce yourself, your name, and maybe your affiliation, so that everybody knows who you are. Other than that, I don't have much to share, and you're not here to listen to me anyway, so we can start the session. But before that, I'm going to quickly thank our student volunteers who is supporting this session. That's Tapatswa, Dimash, Yihao, and Yijing. Thank you very much. Do it first. Yeah. All right, so the first paper, we have air charge, amplifying ungrounded impact force by accumulating air propulsion momentum. And presenting today, we have Lauren Wang from National Taiwan University, Taipei.
Okay, hello, my name is Lauren Wang, and I'll be presenting air charge, amplifying ungrounded impact force by accumulating air propulsion momentum. On behalf of my co-authors, Boyu, Qingyi, Zhaorong, Jiaan, Shiqing, Jiachen, and Mike Chen from HCI Lab at National Taiwan University. So virtual reality games is filled with various impact experiences, such as shooting, sword fighting, boxing, and racket sports. Our surveys indicate that 77% of top VR games include impact events. However, has current technology matched real-world experiences? Let's take a look at current ungrounded technologies. One of these is propeller, capable of generating directional impact force. This graph shows the force curve of a propeller-based device, which takes a total of 500 milliseconds to generate 4 newtons of force. Another example is the airjet, which provides a faster force feedback of up to 4 newtons within 50 milliseconds. So, how does the impact curve look like in real-world scenarios? Let's look at a simple ping-pong impact, where an impact can be characterized by peak force and a duration of impact. So, how about we all take a guess at how strong a ping-pong shot is? The answer has to be at least one of the 3 options, so make sure to raise your hand at least once. Who's going with 1 Newton? All right, see a few hands up there. What about 5 Newtons? I see a couple more hands. Raise your hand if you think it's 20 Newton. Oh, that's a lot, okay. Let's take another guess at the impact duration. Raise your hand if you think it's 2 milliseconds. Oh, wow. People are very confident in this one. Anyone think it's 20 milliseconds? Okay, a couple hands up there. What about 200 milliseconds? Too long? No? Okay. All right, it turns out a ping pong smash can generate a force of up to 20 newtons within 2 milliseconds, shown on the very far left of the graph. This means current technologies are still 5 times weaker and 25 times slower. If current technology can only achieve this much, then we're wondering how we can improve it. So we thought about baseball. When you bunt, you will gently tap the ball without swinging, but if you're aiming for a home run, you have to take a full swing. We applied a similar concept with air charge, using a swing arm to mimic a baseball bat. This is one of our early prototypes. We mounted an air nozzle at the tip of the swing arm, releasing air jets that propels the swing arm to strike the backstop, creating a strong and instantaneous impact. After that, the clutch engages and the servo motor rotates the swing arm back to its initial position. As a result, air charge can generate an impulse of up to 40 newtons within a 3 millisecond impact time, aligning with real-world impact events characterized by brief duration and high force magnitude. While this method generates significant force, you might have already noticed a problem. After every hit, the swing arm needs time to return to its initial position. This process results in a lengthy response time, making it unsuitable for high-frequency applications. Also, the movement of the protruding swing arm leads to a significant weight shift. So we figured, by taking advantage of the returning phase, we could avoid the device sitting idle. To do so, we added another nozzle on the same swing arm. When one nozzle strikes, the other simultaneously rewinds in reverse, readying for the next hit, and thus eliminates pre-rotation. While this resolved the response time issue, it did not solve weight shifting. But we need the swing arm's movement to build up momentum, so how can we balance it out? In our final design, we created a dual swing arm version with symmetrical movement to tackle this problem. This way, the device center of mass is limited to the displacement between the geometric centers of the two swing arms, other than moving in a circular trajectory. Consequently, this improvement reduced the issue of weight shifting. To create the reciprocating mechanism with two swing arms, we incorporated a reversing bevel gearbox. This component flips the rotation direction of the shaft, allowing bidirectional rotation on the same axis. Additionally, we replace the swing arms and backstops with lightweight yet robust carbon fiber panels to stabilize impact generation. Furthermore, we installed two motors to secure the swing arm motions after each force feedback event, preventing any swinging motion when a device is not activated. In summary, we advanced from a naive swing arm design to a sophisticated reciprocating dual swing arm system, enabling high-frequency impact events and effectively addressing unwanted side effects. To assess our system's performance, we conducted several technical evaluations, including the peak force magnitude, system response time, and the frequency of consecutive impacts under different air pressure and preload angle conditions. We also performed a user study, where we recruited 16 participants to compare air charge with two baseline conditions, one without force amplification and the other with an illusory perceptual amplification. Participants were assigned two impact scenarios, one involving a single-shot weapon and the other a multi-shot weapon. The results indicated a high perceived realism, with users strongly favoring air charge over the other baseline conditions. Regarding perceived side effects, participants reported similar latency between air charge and the other baselines. Lastly, we have open sourced our software and hardware materials, so feel free to reach out for further details. And also, just for a heads up, I'll be applying for a PhD this year, and this is my email, so I'll be happy to connect. Yeah, thank you for coming to my presentation, and I will now take questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for keeping the time. You finished ahead of 8 minutes. That's perfect. We all know how hard it is to make this sort of ungrounded haptic devices. It's a very clever solution. It's amazing. But I had a question about the sort of mechanical delays that involved in this sort of haptic feedback, right? Because there are more papers now coming up how important this timing when you give haptic feedback, right? Can you comment a little bit about the effect of delays and things like that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So the question is mainly about latency issues and how to control timing. So we've actually considered this latency issue seriously, and in our future design, and for future work, we were thinking about actually using, say, motion prediction to more accurately predict, say, the racket contact with the ball to help pre-actuate the system, which can perhaps improve the impact timing, accuracy, and also alternatively, we can use air charge in more predefined gaming events with, say, fixed delays or using a smaller preload angle that could help reduce latency issue.
Hi, thank you for your talk. It looks to me like the device is centered on the forward axis of the controller. Did you find that most of your haptics was in the impact was in that direction, or could you also do different axes of impact?
Thank you, Vipin, for your question. So yeah, that's a good question. So we've actually investigated the direction of impact, and we found that in most impact events, the direction of impact are usually normal. So even in like racket sports, you have slices, or there's another technical term in tennis where you do like hitting with this. But even in those oblique impacts, the majority of the force usually comes in the normal direction. So which would align with our system design being coming from the front.
Is this on? Yes. Hi, Pedro Lopez, University of Chicago. This is a really cool prototype. I wonder the size of the arms, the levers, could that be miniaturized? So that's a really big component of getting the forces right and the fast impact? Or like how small could you make this if you put it inside of the controller? Is that too small? Can you comment more on size?
Yeah. Thank you, Pedro, for your question. So actually, the length of the swing arm is an interesting form factor we've been investigating, and we actually ran a preliminary pilot study to explore the length from 8 to 25 centimeters, and before finalizing the design with this exact length. And we've also, as in future work, we would like to incorporate air charge as a modular device so it can be put on different body parts. With that considered, we might need to investigate more, do another further study on other form factors and how to minimize the size. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I actually play ping pong competitively, and our team is now rated in the top 20. I kind of thought it was curious, but these forces and spin and speed, they vary a lot depending on whether you're pushing, or even contact time varies a lot. And the incoming ball and force is not so normal in my opinion. But also the variations are high. Do you kind of instead of putting it as a point on the graph, do you know how much these forces can vary depending on how the user is using the tool or instrument? It seems like you were motivated by racket sports quite a bit.
Thank you for your question. So I want to clarify. So the question is about how to adjust different force depending on the impact events, or? Yeah, so actually in air charge we can modify the impact force magnitude and response time due to two different design factors. You can either change the impact duration of the air jet or change the rotation angle of the swing arm. So with that considered, you can adjust different impact level you want to create in your specific impact events in the VR scene. And is there another question? Sorry if I lost.
Not just normal, also the initial component is also important. And you can almost have no normal force at all, depending on
I think we will have to take this
Oh, yeah.
offline
Sorry
because
about
we are
that.
out of time.
I
yes.
will answer a question after the session. Thank you.
Okay. Let's thank the. All right. Now we have our next paper, Fluid Reality, High Resolution Untethered Haptic Gloves Using Electro-Osmotic Pump Arrays. I had to ask how to pronounce this. We have Vivian Chen presenting from Carnegie Mellon University. Vivian, take it away.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Vivian Shen, and today I'll be presenting Fluid Reality High-Resolution Untethered Haptic Gloves using electroosmotic pump arrays. Here's the team of researchers behind this work, and as a quick note, Tucker is currently applying to PhDs, and Craig is starting a new haptic interaction lab at UIUC, and he's looking for PhDs. So now let's get into this work. There are a lot of haptic gloves out there right now. This is a figure from a 2021 review of only commercial haptic gloves, not even including research prototypes. They focus on various different types of haptics like force feedback and vibration, etc. We've narrowed down the 3 most closely related haptic glove systems to ours, which focus on fine-grained haptics. Here we see the DK2, which along with the newer version G1 come from a company called HaptX. And here's a prototype out of the Meta Reality Labs, which was featured in a recent video. Let's take a closer look at these systems. We estimate the DK2's entire system to weigh over 30 kilograms and cost around $75,000 to buy. The gloves must be tethered to a backpack, dependent on wall power and external pumps. The G1 makes some advances, dropping the weight down to 17 kilograms and costing $6,000, although with a mandatory $500 per month fee. Here, as advertised, 3 hours of power is provided by the backpack, which is still tethered to the gloves. As for the Meta prototype, we estimate it weighing more than 25 kilograms and costing upwards of $15,000, with significantly less individual tactors per glove. This glove is also tethered to an external system of pumps, which requires wall power. In this work, we've prototyped a brand new haptic glove system. Fluid Reality is lightweight, weighing in at only 0.2 kilograms. It costs us less than $1,000 to make, and we're able to achieve 160 haptic pixels. Our glove can operate completely untethered, with the battery pack providing up to 3 hours of haptics. Here you can see a close-up of our glove on the hand. After removing the outer cloth layer, we reveal our high-resolution haptic shape arrays. We have no tubes or wires running out to external infrastructure and have all the electronics, including the battery pack, strapped to the wrist. And here's a close-up of all the components of our system laid out on a table, with the haptic arrays actuating in real time. Please come try Fluid Reality at the demo session later tonight. Quick plug. Before we dive into the implementation, let me first talk about the working principle behind electroosmotic flow. When a fluid is at rest, charged particles are scattered within it. And when a solid is introduced to that fluid, a layer of charge forms at the solid-fluid interface called the electrical double layer. By introducing an electric field, a flow is induced proportional to the voltage and polarity. This flow viscously couples to the rest of the fluid and moves it, happening at a nanometer scale. This induced flow is enough to displace, for example, a silicone membrane placed on top, and we refer to this as an electroosmotic pump. This is from an earlier work that I know some of you in the audience have had been able to try. So our work utilized the same phenomenon with our own custom hardware. We start with a silicone reservoir, which holds the fluid that pumps and inflates the membrane. We lie the bottom PCB on top of this, and we add a layer of pressure-sensitive adhesive, and the PET spacer, which creates room for the fluid to flow through. The pump membranes are set into the PET spacer. Finally, we add another layer of adhesive and sandwich a PCB on top. Then we add a silicone membrane at the very top, and this is the part that contacts our skin and actually deforms. And this, I'm now holding something, so this is how thin our full stack haptic array is. Pretty hard to see because it's very thin. So we end up with these fingertip-sized arrays of 32 electroosmotic pumps. As you can see, each haptic array is only a bit bigger and a couple times thicker than a penny. We can individually actuate every haptic pixel in the array with full programmatic digital control. And we can create salient shapes and animations right on your fingertip. Our glove uses 3D printed finger clips to hold the arrays, with electric flex cables connecting to the wrist-worn electronics unit. We also, of course, have a tethered version of the glove for continuous power. Now for our software implementation. We created a PCB prefab that matched the placement of the pumps exactly. And we attached these to the Oculus Hands module at roughly the same locations as they would be physically. Each haptic pixel has a collision script so that when it collides with objects in Unity, the appropriate serial command is transmitted. The collided pixels on the index finger are in red on the bottom left, mirrored above on an actual array. You can see the user touching the face of the box and then sliding their finger off the edges. To validate our work, we did a series of performance evaluations on the array. First, since our skin is directly contacting the haptic arrays, it's important to measure the block pressure, which is the amount of pressure generated under force. As we vary the voltage over time at 1 Hertz, the pressure and current vary accordingly. Prior work shows that 10 to 30 kilopascal of pressure is needed to feel a light touch on our fingertips, and our system achieves 50 kilopascal consistently. Here's the current and pressure directly compared with voltage. The donut shape of the pressure response is indicative of hysteresis, where the pressure lags behind voltage, likely due to a small compliance, but overall is relatively linear. And then finally, the pressure response for a single pixel, where the dark line is a model fit to the data with a rise time of 112 milliseconds. To evaluate best case deformation, we measured the no-load displacement response of the 8 pixels indicated. Most pixels underwent rapid inflation, hitting 0.3 to 0.5 millimeter displacement in the first half second, which is the height of a standard Braille dot. Deformation rate then slows until it reaches a max displacement of just over 1 millimeter in 3 seconds on average. We also wanted to evaluate our performance at a range of frequencies. As many haptic stimuli require different rapid signals, and our fingertips are most sensitive between 10 and 300 hertz. On the left, we see that displacement is inversely proportional to the frequency, which makes sense because at higher frequency, there's less time for flow to accumulate, leading to less deformation. However, I want to note that displacement at the higher frequencies still exist within the range of human tactile perception. Finally, we characterize the power consumption of our system, which you can find details about in the paper. As a baseline, we did a comparison to common haptic actuators with 2 common haptic stimuli. Our click effect is similarly efficient to mature technologies like piezomotors or linear resonant actuators. And at present, our buzz effect is twice as energy expensive, but of course, this is still a prototype that could be further optimized. Now I'll go into the expressivity that fluid reality gloves are capable of. The most basic and fundamental haptic effect we can convey is the sense of physical contact. For example, users can grip and push objects in this physics playground scene. And similarly, this violin scene demonstrates the ability to render fine-grained contact. We implemented contact textures like the smoothness of a marble, the roughness of rock, the ridges of a water bottle, and the bumpy surface of a basketball. We also implemented spatial textures using what we call underlying haptic textures, which is the second row. Here, the white pixels correlate to haptics on and the black with haptics off. Note how the haptic textures roughly mirror the visual textures. So we have a variety of textures for more immersion, including metal grate, and you can clearly see the regular ridges that the user is feeling. We have wood grain, where the lines are a bit noisier, but as you can see, when the user moves horizontally, they roughly follow the grain. And we also have like pimply skin, where you can feel the individual fleshy bumps of the pimples. It's very hard to imagine what this feels like just by looking at it, but you come to our demo to try these out tonight. We're able to model compliance by activating pixels radiating outward from the center of the pad, increasing pressure on the finger. This is a tactile illusion first described by Silingo et al. Using this principle, we imbue objects with varying compliances, from a very compliant or soft spring, a medium compliant hand, to a non-compliant or hard block of marble. We also create different haptic pressure profiles for UI widgets, including a buckling spring effect, a normal button press, and slider bar detents. We have object and environment-bound haptic animations that play on the finger. Here, the user can feel the wind as swipes, the vibrations of the fan motor, the falling water drops, and then the electrical sparks from the outlet. Finally, the accuracy of the tactile sensations from our haptic glove opens the possibility of eyes-free interaction and touch typing in the future. To better characterize our gloves' expressivity, we did a huge user study with many task categories. I don't have time to go over the whole thing, so please see our paper for more details. One of our set of tasks was focused on shape recognition, including static shapes, animated shapes, and shape matching, where the user matched the visual shape to the haptic one they were feeling. Here we have the results of the task, represented as recognition, accuracy, confusion matrices. The main takeaway is that even for these complicated and large sets of stimuli, users are quite accurate overall, and they did best in recognizing the animated shapes. We also wanted to evaluate users' perceptions of object properties. For this, we had texture matching, where participants changed the visual texture until it matched the haptic one, and compliance matching, where we had 5 random colored boxes that had different inherent compliances. Participants would press down in each box and rank them from softest to hardest with no visual cues provided. Again, we see very strong accuracies, and for compliance, actually every single trial but one was 100% accurate. We also have a whole bunch of qualitative results that I unfortunately don't have any time to go over. So thank you for coming to my talk. Joe and Craig have actually spun this work into a new startup called Fluid Reality, so visit their website for updates. And again, please come to the demo session tonight to try out our technology.
Hi, Yudai Tanaka from University of Chicago. As a haptic glove, I think it would be also important to have the haptic module not just on the finger pad. It's kind of like different part of the finger or even on the palm. But right now, the rigidity of the PCB layer would inhibit it to be applied the parts that is not finger pads. Is it possible to make it like deformable by switching rigid PCB to like a flex PCB or something?
So one of the issues would be having to make the whole thing deformable, including the reservoir that holds liquid, which is made out of silicone, but we want to make sure that the liquid is equally accessible to every pump. But one thing we can do is segment different PCBs so that you can have it on different areas of your body. And yes, I agree, it would be great to have this all over the whole hand. We are limited somewhat by power, and also we want to test out how many kind of tactors you need on your palm to feel that expressivity, because your fingertips are the most expressive part of your hand, or most sensitive part. So you wouldn't need as dense haptic pixels on the rest of your hand. So we're looking into, how we might design the rest of the array to fit the rest of your hand, or maybe, one day your whole body. I don't know.
Oh, hi, I'm Taejun Kim from KAIST, and thanks for your very, very nice work. And one thing I was wondering was like, I know the fingertip is a part with almost the highest spatial acuity in our body, but how much more fine-grained placement of the tactors would benefit considering the tactile perception limit of our, so I think you skipped because of the time limits, but yeah, I just wanted to know how can it be like the rationale of the placement of it right now?
Yeah, that makes sense. We tried to miniaturize the pumps as much as possible and then made as dense a grid as possible on our fingertips. So miniaturizing more than what we have currently would be really difficult because the smaller the diameters get for the pumps, the less the fluid can pump up. But our fingertips can be more sensitive than just the 32 pixels that we have per finger. And we don't necessarily know the limits of that yet.
Thank you very much once again, Vivian. So we had to adjust the time a little bit for question and talk for that one because of some miscommunication. But we have our next presenter ready. Next paper. It's shameful. I have to read this out from a thing because I'm a co-author. But I'm going to get it right. So the next presenter is Aratha Jingu from Saaland University, and this is a collaboration with the University of Sydney. The title is Double-Sided Tactile Interactions for Grasping in Virtual Reality. Aratha?
Hi, thanks for coming to my talk. I am Aratha Jingu, a PhD student at Zaraland University. Today, I'm going to present double-sided tactile interactions for grasping in virtual reality. This work was done with Anusha and so Professor Jürgen Steimel. Touch input with one finger has been a basic interaction in VO. Thus, There has been extensive research on how to provide rich haptic sensations for a single finger, such as shape rendering and spatial temporal feedback. More recently, hand-tracking HMDs have started to use pinching as another main input method, such as grasping virtual objects and manipulating UI elements. Here, the question we address is, how we provide touch feedback to the pinched fingers? Well, we can apply the same one-finger interaction for pinching, but is that all? Since pinching is frequently used in VO, researchers have proposed various methods to stimulate the pinched fingers, such as vibrotactile, skin stretching, electro-osmotic, and electrotactile feedback. While these works are amazing, they usually only apply conventional one-finger interactions to each of the pinched fingers. Well, we can see two unique points of pinching. First, synchronized spatial temporal feedback can occur between the pinched fingers. For example, when I try to move this pen up and down between the fingers in the real world, I feel tactile cues rotating between the fingers in a synchronized way, not independent cues. Second, since the thumb and the index finger stick together during the pinching gesture, we can think of a more compact form factor that stimulates the two fingers with a single device. Considering then, we define the whole tactile patterns between the pinched fingers as double-sided tactile interactions and explore this novel paradigm beyond conventional one-finger interactions. Here is the conceptual space of double-sided tactile interactions. It is subdivided into three main feedback modes. First, conventional single-sided stimulation stimulates either one of the fingers only. Second, simultaneous double-sided stimulation stimulates both fingers simultaneously. Third, spatial temporal double-sided stimulation moves single-sided or double-sided stimuli between the two fingers. Importantly, these double-sided tactile interactions can be generalized to any tactile rendering methods that can offer localized stimuli on both fingers. To achieve these interactions in a small form factor, we developed a double-sided electrotactile device with 9 electrodes on the front side and another 9 electrodes on the back side. We use electrotactile stimulation for actuating these electrodes. It can elicit a localized tactile sensation under each electrode by applying the electrical current to the skin. By switching multiple electrodes at high speed, shape rendering and spatial temporal feedback are also possible. This interface is thin and flexible enough to be attached to the skin via adhesive, like this. Okay. Due to its compactness, the user can feel double-sided stimulation while performing the same pinching gestures as in existing viewer experiences. Let me illustrate this technique using a simple example. Here, the user is interacting with a ladybug in VO. First, the ladybug is resting on the index finger, rendered with a single-sided stimulus on the index finger. The user holds the ladybug with the thumb and the index, leading to double-sided stimulation of both fingers. The user holds the ladybug moves horizontally between fingers, rendered by the double-sided stimuli moving laterally along the fingers. Finally, it starts jumping, making a zigzag movement between the fingers. One fundamental question is, can we discriminate between single-sided and double-sided stimulation? Then, our first study investigated whether participants could distinguish between 3 types of stimuli: single-sided stimulation for the index finger, single-sided stimulation for the thumb, and simultaneous double-sided stimulation for both fingers. The results showed participants could discriminate between these conditions with a high accuracy of more than 97%. It means we can use single-sided stimulation and double-sided stimulation as different interactions. Our second study investigated how the participants feel spatial temporal feedback across the pinched fingers. When spatial temporal feedback is provided to the 2 fingers, the sensation changes depending on 2 factors: the duration of each stimulus and SOA, time interval between the 2 stimuli. The sensation is mainly divided into 3 types: In simultaneous sensation, the user feels two stimuli are rendered at the same time. In discrete sensation, the user feels two independent stimuli with a time gap. In continuous sensation, the user feels as if a stimulus smoothly moves from one finger to another, which is a famous haptic illusion called apparent tactile motion, but that is usually used within the same skin area. Our study evaluated the motion smoothness of spatial-temporal feedback between the pinched fingers using 2 duration and 8 SOA conditions. The results suggested our double-sided device could provide the 3 sensations by appropriately selecting the duration and SOA. For simultaneous sensation, SOA close to 0 was optimal for both duration conditions. For continuous sensation, the stimuli with a duration of 400 milliseconds and SOA of around 300 milliseconds were optimal. The other parts were appropriate for discrete sensation. Most interestingly, we can achieve apparent tactile motion even between the different fingers. Based on these findings, we demonstrate example applications to show how double-sided tactile interactions experience visual experiences. Tactile interactions enhance visual experiences. For example, in an educational app about planets, the rotation pattern renders rotary cues of planets. In slider manipulation, double-sided stimuli express passing through the ticks. And the single-sided stimulus expresses reaching the upper bound. For pie menu, the position of the stimulated electrode indicates the direction of a selected icon. And important icons are highlighted by double-sided stimuli. For pop-up icon, the apparent tactile motion between fingers enhances pop-up effects. This work is just the beginning of double-sided tactile interactions. They are not only for pinched fingers, but also for combinations between various skin areas such as palms, arms, cheeks, lips, and even between two people. We hope double-sided tactile interactions become another exciting paradigm in the current haptic interactions. Thanks for listening. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Hey, Arata, I'm curious about one thing. When we were working on the touch and fold one, we noticed that people often would misinterpret how much space there was between the two fingers, although they often, pinch and completely close, right? But if they have haptic feedback, I think it kind of creates an illusion of some heightened space. It can't be much, of course, because we're so sensitive when it comes to thumb index interactions. But did you notice that? Because I noticed some of your videos, people were grabbing very thick VR objects, and some they were not grabbing thick objects at all. Does it create like a space illusion? How much can you stretch it?
So do you mean the space between fingers?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, actually, so there are some works regarding apparent tactile motion, and so for example, I don't know any works that is testing the apparent tactile motion with thick interfaces. But one research investigated whether the apparent tactile motion occurred between different arms. So according to the paper, it really happened. So I think regarding your question, depending on SOA and duration settings, it can be possible. I think it can be possible. So I didn't investigate that not at all. So I think it should be possible, and it's very interesting to incorporate this double-sided interaction. Shan Yuan, touch and fold.
Hi, thanks for your talk. I'm Jordan from Sony R&D. I'm just curious about the use case in the UI using the double-sided tactile. Can you elaborate more about how would that help users operate UI better with your tactile interface?
Do you mean how better?
How would users going to be how is it beneficial to the user? Like, would they be able to operate faster, or would they be able to notice it faster, or like what is the benefit of using your tactile spatial tactile interface for the user interface specifically?
I didn't investigate. I didn't do the user study. So which is better? Which is better? So. So for example, so when I am trying slider manipulation, so I can feel that this is upper and lower bounds. So without looking, even without looking at it, it might be the yes.
I guess that's a really good application because like if you could just feel it like feel some sort of spatial characteristic without looking at it, and I think that's beneficial. I just wanted to ask more about that. So
Thank you.
thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. All right. Next very exciting talk is going to be on feed-through electrotactile foot interface that preserves real-world sensations. And presenting is Keigo Ushiyama from University of Chicago. Okay.
Okay, so thanks for the kind introduction. So hi, I'm Keigo Ushiyama. Today I'd like to present feed-through, a work I did during my internship with Pedro Lopez at the University of Chicago. So we have been focusing on the hand interaction. So now let's look down at feet. Okay, so let's begin. So haptic feedback for feet has been explored like by the mechanical actuators like vibration motors you see inside this shoe. So let's have a user try this out. Now, this user is feeling the where to go using haptic navigation. For instance, these vibration motors tell the user to follow a straight line. But wait, let's see if the user steps on uneven ground, like this twig. So we found that users cannot easily separate the vibrations from the device from the sensations of stepping on a twig in the ground. This is actually a big problem because feeding ground features such as the edge of the stairs is crucial to maintain balance. And similarly, the feeding tactile paving is important for low vision people to walk outside. So all of which are worsened by vibration motors. So let's try another approach. Using electrotactile stimulation instead of mechanical actuators, haptic information can be presented more clearly. But also, when the user steps on a twig, the user is still able to feel the physical object through the electrodes. So which is why we call our approach feed-through. Well, obviously, the importance of feed haptics does not go unnoticed by haptics community. So many projects for feet are out there predominantly using vibration motors, even though they are all successful in delivering haptic information to feet. So they also share the limitations inherent from the use of mechanical actuators. First, the vibration motors are rigid and are embedded into a housing to avoid breaking when you step on them. Second, this rigidity interferes with feeding real ground sensations. Third, the vibration propagates too well inside the foot and causing even more blurry sensations. So to tackle these problems, we took inspiration from feed-through approaches for fingertips like tattoo by the shot. And so we engineered an electrotactile interface for feet with thin and flexible electrodes. Our approach enables new interactions without any specific shoe devices, and which means our approach can also work for the barefoot experiences. Then let me introduce implementation. We used a medical grade stimulator as the current source to stimulate 60 electrodes that is designed to feed the foot. While I'm showing one example of attachment using tapes, the electrodes can also be attached by sewing them in a sock or pressing them onto our insole of the shoe. So finally, to route one stimulator to 60 electrodes, we made a customized plexer, which is implemented by using half reach for each electrode. And we realize merge point stimulations by high-speed switching between the electrodes. So now, then, how did we validate our approach fits through? We conducted 2 user studies. In our first study, we measured how well participants feel the haptic stimulations, electrotactile and vibrotactile, by measuring how each stimulation can allow the participants to separate two concurrent points of the stimulation, while actively stepping on the devices itself. As a result, we show the minimal distance where the participants were able to discriminate two-point stimulation. So the lower the result, the better the haptic resolution is. As you can see, the electrotactile, the blue ones, outperformed the vibrotactile in all the conditions in terms of tactile acuity. And then in our second study, we also measured how much the vibrotactile and electrotactile interfered with feeding the physical shapes under our feet. So here, the participants felt virtual and physical shapes by stepping on them simultaneously, and they had to answer what virtual and physical shapes they felt in every trial. So let's see how well participants answer the shapes. So this plot shows the 3 variations of correct answer ratio. The higher is better. So as you can see, the electrotactile also outperformed vibrotactile in every single condition and in terms of the interference of the devices. So now I want to take a step back and ask a deeper question. Why did we get these results suggesting that electrotactile was better than vibrotactile? I think there are 3 main reasons. First, it's propagation. So electrotactile is achieved by directly stimulating the skin nerves and does not propagate omnidirectionally like mechanical vibrations do. So that is why electrotactile outperforms in terms of tactile acuity. Second, the electrodes we used are inherently thinner and more comfortable to the foot than the rigid vibration motors. So electrotactile has less interference and more feels through. Finally, it's the unnaturalness of the sensations. But here is the catch. If we ever tried electrotactile stimulation, you may know it doesn't feel like a mechanical touch sensations because electrotactile stimulation cannot easily target one skin receptor over another, so it ends up stimulating lots of nerves regardless of each function. This is usually a disadvantage for rendering realistic sensations. But in our case, this can be a huge advantage because it can allow the users to separate the haptic information on the foot from the real ground sensations. So now, let me show you a couple of examples of what we can do with this. First, their experience with plops. So this user is now feeling the grass plop, but also feeling the virtual sensations, such as stepping on a twig, which he uses to get the apple from the tree. Next, posture collection. So while doing yoga, even barefoot, our system can alert her to the fact she is leaning too much here, so she can notice it and correct her posture. Finally, haptic navigation while working. So this user is now feeling the tactile paving through the shoes and electrodes. Additionally, the haptic guidance simultaneously with electrotactile. When he stepped out the pavement, our system can also augment the ground by presenting the virtual tactile paving to assist him. So in conclusion, I introduced feed through the idea of using electrotactile stimulation to allow people to feel the haptic information while preserving the real-world sensations. In fact, in the lab I did internship, we're designing haptic interfaces that have same concept as feed through. Our goal is to allow people to feel both real and virtual sensations. So the users do not have to choose between the virtual or real haptics. They can feel both. Okay, so if you want to try the feed through, I wrote some demo, so please come talk to me later. Okay, thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions.
Hi, Steve Fine from Columbia University. Thank you very much for your talk. I have a question about sensitivity, and that's that in my experience of trying different things that used electrotactile stimulation, I've noticed a very fine line between barely feeling it or not feeling at all and it becoming painful. And that seems to depend on the amount of perspiration. And a number of people have sweaty feet that might not start sweaty. So what can you do, or what do you do to try to address not having the stimulation be overly stimulating because a person's feet are changing the amount of sweat?
You mean like the foot condition for the electrotactile stimulation, right?
Right. Trying to make sure it's not going to be painful if when they start using the system, their feet are very dry, and then their feet, for whatever reason, get moist.
Yeah, so, yeah, actually, so as you said, electrotactile is strongly affected by the foot condition like sweating or like that. So we definitely need a calibration for each like user before using this system. And we have to measure practically, we have to measure the impedance of the skin for each user dynamically while using this device. But in the main contribution of this paper is to investigate the differences between the vibrotactile and electrotactile. So by resolving these issues, I believe the electrotactile can outperform the vibrotactile, and then it is very useful for anyone working outside.
Are you measuring the impedance dynamically or only at the start?
Sorry.
Are you measuring the skin, the impedance dynamically or only at the start?
It may be that constantly. So actually,
and adjusting constantly then?
Yeah. In our paper, we didn't measure it, but in the future, we have to measure the impedance, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Tucker Rigrant from CMU. Thank you for your talk. This it's a little bit of a similar line of questioning, and it comes from my lack of familiarity with this actuator. With this on their feet, are people ticklish? Are they getting this sort of response that maybe interferes with directions or feeling other things? And also, did you get any affective feedback from people about how, whether this was a pleasant thing? It was very clear, the unnaturalness, it's so interesting, but did they like it?
So you're interested in qualitative feedback from the participants, right? So yeah, so I'm got some qualitative feedback from the participants in the study too, and they stated some they felt, of course, tingling thing, but they felt some clear pressure sensation, and there is some vibration. So please see the bottom comment. So the first comment. So they felt the electrical stimulation tinglish, but that is why they could tell the difference between the physical one and the electrotactile stimulations. So yeah, we have to care about some painful or tingling sensation, but electrotactile stimulation is useful for rendering some haptic information over the physical ground sensations.
Can I just step in to clarify Steve's question? The stimulator that we use and Keigo uses in this paper is special in that every time we are about to stimulate, it sends a test pulse that measures the impedance, and so it's current controlled. So actually, if you sweat, it has a lower voltage, so you'll feel better every single time that you sweat more and more. So it's not voltage control, which would be more painful and require like that complicated calibration, but it's current control with an impedance test every time.
All right, let's thank Peg again for great presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Turn It Up, rendering resistance for knobs in virtual reality through undetectable pseudohaptics. Presenting Martin Feig from DFCI and Saarland University, and this is a collaboration with University of Hamburg and Singapore Management University. Martin.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the nice introduction, Anusha. I just have to pull up my slides before I'm ready to go here. Sorry about that. All right. So, yeah, hi everyone. Thanks a lot for coming to the session. Pretty exciting to be part of this first WIST session today. I'm Martin. I'm a fourth-year PhD student from Saarland University in DFKI in Germany. But before I start, I want to give a big shout out to my co-authors, Andre, Oscar, Tony, Chian, and Antonio, for their contributions to this work. And I pretty much want to jump right into it. So in this work, we present a novel pseudohaptic technique for virtual reality called pseudohaptic resistance, allowing designers to provide resistance, for example, for rotating knobs, without the need of bulky and expensive actuators. So how do we do this? We do this by, what's the next slide there? Yeah. So we create pseudohaptic resistance by visually slowing down a user's real-world rotations of a knob. And this can be achieved by applying a CD gain factor, here 0.5, to the rotations of the virtual knob. So as a result, a user's real hand needs to rotate further to reach the target. But we are not the first ones to offset visual from proprioceptive information. So previously, researchers successfully created illusions, for example, of weight or stiffness using similar techniques. But why do we even need such techniques? Well, there is this trade-off between the form factor of a haptic device, as we've also heard previously in the first talk today, and the forces it can produce, right? And since there's often no real way around physics, there's this clear need for inexpensive techniques that can extend the haptic rendering capabilities of devices, especially for kinesthetic feedback. So we established pseudohaptic resistance through a three-staged psychophysical experiment. And in this first part of the experiment, we looked at how much offset between the rotations of the physical and the virtual knob can be used by remaining unnoticed, because we wanted our technique to go undetected, right? And we did this with 20 participants. And in the first part, we used a method of constant stimuli, repeatedly exposing participants to either a CD gain or no CD gain. So they performed this one rotation, and then the task was pretty much to detect when a CD gain was applied by responding to this forced choice question, either with yes or no. And just to be clear here, so we informed participants about this procedure, so we showed them the effect of CD gains multiple times during the warm-up phase. So this is really kind of targeting the most conservative case here. And yeah, this is a video that shows you how this looked like. So the participants rotate the knob to the target position, which we always set at 60 degrees, while being exposed to CD gains of different magnitudes. And then he responds to the question using the keyboard. And then these responses are fed into an interleaved staircase procedure. There's actually quite a lot I could say about this, but for the sake of time, it's a common psychophysical method that allows you to compute an individual's detection threshold. If you want to know more about this, feel free to approach me after the talk, or you can also look it up in the paper. We describe it in depth there. So in the results show that we can introduce quite substantial CD gains. On average, for example, we could slow down the movements by 33% without people noticing. So that's pretty cool. And in the next part, we ask ourselves, how much CD gain manipulation do we actually need to create the sensation of a change in physical resistance? Right, and for that, we determined the just noticeable difference in physical resistance by, again, using the method of constant stimuli. But this time, we used a two-interval forced choice procedure, meaning that participants performed two consecutive movements. So one with the baseline, and one either with the baseline or CD gain applied. But the order here was completely randomized. And we then asked participants to compare both movements in terms of their physical resistance. So please note that actually the physical resistance was always the same, so they purely rated this on the effect that the CD gain manipulation created. And the results showed that even small CD gains can change the perceived physical resistance, and even more interesting, within the range of unnoticeable CD gains. So I just want to emphasize that again, we can change the perceived physical resistance while participants do not notice that we apply a visual manipulation. So that's pretty awesome, at least from my perspective. And in this last part, we wanted to understand how CD gains correspond to the perceived physical resistance, and for that we used the method of adjustments this time. So here participants had two knobs, one with this red dot sphere on top and the other one with the blue dot on top, and they could switch between them using the keyboard. And the goal of this task was to adjust the physical resistance of the red knob so that it matches the resistance of the blue knob. We tested 6 different CD gains here, each 3 times, leading to 18 configurations. Our adjustments participants had to perform, and they were allowed 25 seconds for the adjustment following Samat's methodology. And again, here's a short video of how this looked like. Actually, I should mention that the device we built, that you can see over there, it can actually change its physical resistance. So we haven't used this functionality before, but in this last part of the experiment, we used the function. So it has a brushless motor, a magnetic encoder, and uses a PID controller to create constant resistance. And I'm going to play the video now. So the participant here can feel the resistance, so can pretty much do it as long as he wants, can then switch between the different knobs, if you will, so, and then adjust the resistance so that they match using the keyboard. And you can see it on the right-hand side in the virtual scene up there, that there is this little progress bar that shows them how much the range of physical resistance that they can use. So in here the results yield that with decreasing CD gains, participants selected significantly higher values, or resistance values, in comparison to the baseline 1.0, confirming our previous results, and with that we were actually able to create a first model for, I would actually call it rotational pseudohaptic resistance based on torque. And with this, you can actually apply our findings to any kind of rotational movement in VR, regardless of the lever, which is pretty cool. And this model was obtained using forced fusion and describes the relationship between CD gain and torque, at least on our collected sample, pretty accurately. And finally, I want to show a couple of examples of how and when you could apply rotational pseudohaptic resistance. So for example, simulating door handles with different resistances, or also in a bimanual setup, such as the steering wheel. There are a few more on the paper, but given the time, I need to wrap up here. So I just want to conclude at this point. So we presented a novel pseudohaptic technique called pseudohaptic resistance. We demonstrate that this technique can remain unnoticeable for users. We then studied the relationship between CD gain and physical resistance, developing a kind of new model for pseudohaptic resistance. And finally, we also outline how our technique can be applied to new and existing VR experiences. I didn't present the last example down there, so that's kind of a teaser that you can find in the paper. And with that, thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to take questions.
Hi, thank you so much for the talk. Here, Bing Jian from University of Toronto. My question is about the study design.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that during the study you informed the users about the principle of the illusion.
Yes.
Before it started. So I kind of want to know the reasoning behind that, and also did you observe any difference between telling them that or not telling them the principle?
So we told them that in the first part of the experiment, where they basically had to detect it, and we just do that to have kind of the most conservative case, right? So if you don't tell them and they're just doing the task and they don't really know what's going on, then you will have heavily inflated thresholds that are kind of way above the charts. And then if you want to apply it in a different VR application, these thresholds depend on various variables. So it's not really like representative, right? So the idea is actually to give you some sort of like lower baseline that you could always use, that is safe to use, right? Probably in any kind of actual VR experience, you could ramp this up quite significantly without people still noticing. But yeah, it's kind of how the psychophysical method works.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Yukon from SAMU. Thanks for your great presentation. I have a very relevant question, maybe as a follow-up. I'm curious about your thoughts on the user awareness about the technique. Also, like as you mentioned, like maybe if you let them be aware of the offset, they may be more actively seeking for the potential offsets. And also, will they be able to adapt to it once they are used to some certain of the strengths?
Yeah, so I might start with the second part of your question. The adaptation is something that happens quite quickly. It's also something that I explored in my PhD quite a lot in other papers. So that's certainly a factor. So you would have you would actually need some sort of constant monitoring of the perceptual state of the user in order to adjust it given like the task difficulty, other factors like the visualization and stuff like that. So that was, can you remind me about the first part of the question? Sorry.
It's kind of, you have already answered that, like your user awareness, how does that affect the results?
Yeah, so telling them that we are going to manipulate this is, of course, leads to lower thresholds, right? So you can definitely, they know what to look for. So we didn't tell them the effect that we want to create resistance there, right? That's something we didn't tell them because that would kind of defeat the purpose of the study, of course. We also did a pre-study that I didn't present here due to the time, right? Where we just applied offsets and asked them to describe kind of what they feel like. And then they actually came up with, like, of course, some people noticed the technique, right? And other people pointed us towards, oh yeah, it feels like this knob is a little like harder to turn or turns more slowly or whatever, right? And that's how we actually came up with this hypothesis that it can actually create something like physical resistance or the perception of physical resistance.
Hi, I'm here. I'm Lana from Sony Computer Science Labs. I wanted to know if you mix the magnetic resistance with the kind of illusory resistance, does the effect add up or does it kind of multiply the perception of resistance?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
So you studied the purely illusory perception of resistance, right?
Yes.
So if you mix that with the magnetic real resistance, do the effects add up or do they multiply or?
So there we, sorry. I might take that question offline because it's now getting a bit mixed up here. Thank you very much.
Let's thank Mike and James. Sorry. Okay, we have our next presenter presenting UB Touch, ubiquitous tangible object utilization through consistent hand-object interaction in augmented reality. And presenting today is Rahul Jain from Purdue University. Rahul?
Thank you. Thanks for introducing. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending my presentation. Today I'll be presenting UB Touch. So my name is Rahul Jain. I am a PhD student at Purdue University. I did this work with my team, Jingyu Shi, Ranlin Duan, Zenzi, who is interning at Meta right now, Shun, who is working at Google, and Professor Karthik Ramani. We work at Convergence Design Lab at Purdue University. So today I'll be covering the following contents, starting from background, motivation, taxonomy, and then the workflow of our UB Touch system, finally user study, and the application scenario. Often physical objects are used to manipulate the virtual objects. Another reason is virtual objects are being targeted to the physical objects for better natural and immersive experience, but physical objects as well as virtual objects should be precise mapped. In order to do that, some of the works have used object geometric features such as shape, size. Another piece of work have used object affordance, basically how to use the object. As you can see in the example Fang et al., they have used a simple tabletop to perform pressing a button in VR. So the question here is it enough to just map the object geometry features between virtual and real object? And then what type of objects we can use to map the virtual and physical? So we used hand-object interaction, which consists of both hand as well as object. Hand-object interactions often composed of hand gestures, their actions on the object, and contact points. To this end, we classify hand-object interaction into 2 dimensions, which are based on the object movement and the contact time between hand and object during the interaction. The object movement is further classified to 2 categories, static and dynamic, where static is during the interaction objects remain fixed, and dynamic is objects are in motion during the interaction. And then similarly, contact time is being classified to 2 categories, transient and continuous. So transients are where the contact between hand and object is for very short time, and then continuous are where the contact between hand and object is for longer time. So now we have 4 categories of hand-object interaction. One is continuous static, where the object is at stationary, but the contact between hand and object is for longer duration. Some of the examples are adjusting a slider and pressing a trigger. Similarly, for continuous dynamic, where the objects are moving and the contact between hand and object is for longer duration, the examples are rotating a box and swinging a hammer. Another category is transient and static, where the objects are static and then the contact between objects and hand is for very short time. And then similarly, we have transient and dynamic, where the contact between hand and object is for shorter time, but the object is in motion. Some of the examples are patting a ball. Now I will introduce a workflow of our UBTouch system. I will use a use case of how a user can manipulate virtual Nerf gun. So we have first module as interaction module, where the user can select the type of interaction they want to perform. Then we have a recommendation module, which allows users to choose whether they want to get recommendation of the physical objects based on the shape or the size or the visibility or the hand gesture. Then the users just scan the environment, and our UBTouch system provides the following recommendation, where the user can use these objects to interact and manipulate the virtual Nerf gun. And then finally, we do an interaction mapping based on tracking of hand and object. So user can interact with the real one and can feel the same as they are interacting with the virtual object. Now I will briefly describe about the backend of each module. So starting with interaction selection, we developed a 5-camera system to collect the object interactions, hand and object poses, as well as the affordances of the object. And then to this end, we have made a large database, which also consists of common computer vision, large benchmarking datasets such as contact pose, O-kink, and H2O. Now, recommendation module. So we provide recommendation, basically top 3 recommendation based on hand gesture similarity, object similarity, as well as their affordance similarity. And then finally, we do interaction mapping based on tracking the hand and object using state-of-the-art 6-TOF object algorithm, as well as tracking hand. But the problem here is because we are doing individually, so we face problems such as hand is away from the object or hand is penetrating inside the object. So we use another optimizer, which consists of minimizing interaction loss, collision loss, and the contact loss. Interaction loss brings the hand and object closer to each other. Collision loss avoids collision, basically penetration. And then contact loss transfers interaction from one object to another. If you see this example, in the first image, the person is holding a cup, but hand fingers are actually penetrating, so we optimize it. And then now we can see the cup and the hand are actually hold properly. And then we transfers holding a cup action to holding a bottle action. We evaluate our system using 12 users. So we choose 5 virtual objects, and then we allow users to choose another 10 real proxy objects. So we have chosen these 5 objects because it covers our 4 categories of hand and object. So for example, in case of torch, we can press the button, which is static transient. And then for the paddle, hold and move, which is dynamic continuous. So based on, we evaluated qualitatively, and we found that recommendation module were providing reasonable objects to the user. And then we evaluated interaction mapping as well, where users were feeling as if they were interacting with a virtual object using the real one. And then finally, we evaluated the overall system, where users were actually willing to use our system to interact with the virtual objects. Now, I will present some of the applications where our system can be used. One of the application is ad hoc objects as interaction proxies. Another application is remote hands-on tutorial. And then third is tangible user interface for smart homes. To this end, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much for listening. Feel free to ask questions, and to get more detail, please check our paper. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Rahul, for your presentation. I'm Sue Pei from UCLA. I also work closely in this area, and it's really inspiring. And my question is, we know that we only have a limited set of available props, for example, on the table, but we can have a wide variety of virtual objects of different size, different kinematics. So I'm wondering, for example, if there is a mismatch in size, how will the system adapt to that? Thank you.
Can you please repeat the last sentence?
Oh yeah. So, for example, if you have a very if you have a larger object that none of the existing prop can well align to its size, so there is a size mismatch. So will the system be able to adapt to that?
Yeah, so basically we are targeting interaction even though if the object sizes are very large. Let's say if I want to just perform pressing a button in a virtual environment, then I can just press a table, which is again very large. So we are mapping the interaction which is pressing.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, so we focus on the interactable component?
Yeah, the interactable.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Really cool work. I had a question. When you're doing the user study, what kind of sort of crazy mismatch events that you found, like when you try to get the proxy object, it's very different from what the virtual object should be. Is there any interesting experience around the study?
I would say, so because our whole system is based on deep learning algorithms, which requires heavy computational. So most of the participants, they were finding the system very slow because we were able to only render 5 frames per second. So the application is right now not in real time, but which can be improved again if the hardwares are improved or if we use cloud computing. Yeah, that's the interesting one, I think.
Okay. One more. Yes.
Hi, this is Hong Yu from Carnegie Mellon University. I'm not sure if this question is for the presenter, but I feel like I saw lots of interesting haptic projects for this session, but I'm always curious, like without trying the demo, how the reviewers or the audience feel about those kind of tactile or haptic feedbacks. Yeah, I'm not sure who can answer these questions, but this is my.
Very good question. I think we should take this offline because I don't think we can answer that question within the time we have left. But I want to thank Rahul again. Thank you, Rahul, again. And I think we are right on time because we started 10 minutes late and we are 10 minutes right on this on the time. So now it's the lunch break. If you have any other question for the authors, they are around. And I just want to quickly thank our SVs and all the presenters before we go. Thank you very much.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, sorry for being late. And the fifth, I think. 郑章. Yeah, 郑章. Thank you. No, I think yes, I'm good. Thank you. Let me test the several interview here. 郑章, yeah. Thank you. Let me test the audio. Why there's no sound? Yeah, I need audio. Interesting. Estimator. Okay, got it. Let me try again. Still no sound. Sound's out, okay. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, one. All right, I think we're good.
All right. Oh, maybe this one here.
Hello. All right. Hello. Welcome, everyone, to the session called Masterful Media, Audio and Video Authoring Tools. My name is Frederick Broody. I'm with Autodesk Research, and I'm chairing the session. We have 6 really exciting talks that we're going to enjoy. Each of the presenters has 8 minutes, and then followed by 4 minutes Q&A. And the first paper will be presented by Jiaju Ma, and it's titled Automated Conversion of Music Videos into Lyric Videos. Take it away.
All right, awesome. All right, thanks so much for the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Jiaju, and I'm a PhD student at Stanford University. Today, I'm presenting our work on automatically converting music videos into lyric videos. This work is done in collaboration with my lab in Anyi, my advisor Manish, and my Adobe collaborators, Lee, Rubaya, and Valentina. So to get things started, let me first play this music video by One Republic.
Dipping through your toe to toe. I should be scared, honey, maybe so.
So that was a cool video, but I feel like an essential part of this song, which is the lyrics, is missing. So I have converted it into a lyric video using our automated pipeline.
Dipping through your toe to toe. I should be scared, honey, maybe so.
As you can see, lyric videos can make the original music video more enjoyable. Also, when you can't hear the song clearly, lyric videos can help you understand the song content better. So both artists and fans today make lyric videos for their music. But the creation process can be actually time-consuming and challenging. Let me walk you through a typical lyric video creation process for this song by Miley Cyrus. Along the way, I'll introduce a set of design guidelines to help ease this process. We first find the lyrics of this song online and break the body of text into shorter phrases based on how they're being sung in the music. So this becomes our first design guideline, which asks us to break down lyrics based on musical phrases. Great. Let's now overlay these phrases onto the video. Here, it is important to get the timing of these phrases right. In fact, it is crucial to synchronize the text to the music. Now, I think this phrase looks kind of long. If I want to read it, my eyes have to travel basically all the way across the screen. So instead, we break it into two shorter ones so our eyes doesn't have to move around as much. And we should make sure to do this for every long line. Now that we have figured out the timing and text layout, let's find the best place to put this text in the video frame. Should we put it here? Well, not really. We can't really read the text clearly because the color contrast is so low. So it is important to make sure the text has high enough color contrast. Let's now try to fix this. I think this corner has pretty good contrast. Should we put it here? Well, maybe not. When I'm looking at the video, my attention will be at Miley Cyrus, but the text is too far away from it. So this issue actually gives rise to one of the most important design guidelines. The text should be placed close to the main focus of attention to make sure that the viewer's attention is not split between the text and the main focus. So instead of here, we should place the text here. Cool. Let's place the next phrase also. This place looks nice, but there's one thing. So if we look back and forth, these two consecutive phrases are too far away from each other. This is not ideal, since we would then have no idea where the next phrase is going to show up. So instead, we should put these phrases at similar places. And finally, let's add some animations to highlight the words as the artist sings them. Here's what we have so far.
Kind of dream that can't be sold. We were right.
All right, the audio is kind of weird, but so as demonstrated in that video, we can use animated highlighting to guide the viewer's eyes. Here is a summary of our design guidelines. There were a total of 7 of them that aim to ensure the readability of the lyrics and to help unify the viewer's focus of attention. Cool, we have all the guidelines now, but I don't think we want to repeat the process we just went through for the rest of this song. It will just take way too long. So to actually make lyric video creation easy for people, we built a pipeline that automates the entire process we just went through. Our pipeline has 3 stages. We process the lyrics in stage 1, find the best positions for them in stage 2, and finally, rendering them into the video in stage 3. To get started, the input to our pipeline is the music video and the name of the song and the artist. Based on the song information, we automatically fetch the lyrics from Music Match. Then we use the model called Auto Lyric Line to find the timing of each individual word to synchronize the text to music. Based on the word level timing, we break the body of text into phrases if there are large enough temporal gaps between 2 words. And this is guided by design guideline number 1. Now that we have the phrases, we break lines longer than the average word length into shorter lines with similar length. This follows the second design guideline. If we look back at the 7 design guidelines, we have automated 3 of them. Put aside the text animations for now, the remaining 3 design guidelines are all about finding the optimal spatial placement for the lyric phrase. To automate these, we use an optimization approach where we minimize a set of energy functions related to these design guidelines. This is how it works. First, we start with the lyric phrase. We collect all the video frames that are in between its start and end point in time. For each frame, we separate it into foreground and background. Here, we define the foreground to be the person performing. And we further separate it into a small area as the focus of attention. In this case, it's the person's head. Now, to implement design guideline number 6, we first take the foreground attention masks, and we want the text to be as close to attention as possible, but we also don't want it to block the foreground. To make this happen, we first take the average of these masks and convolve the average foreground with the rasterized lyrics text to get a cost map. For the focus of attention, we compute the distances between every pixel and attention to get another cost map. The darker areas of these maps are ideal regions to place the text. So the foreground map pushes the text to the side, and the attention map moves the text towards the upper middle area. To maintain color contrast, we take the background mask we extracted before, and again take the average of these masks. Subtract the text color from it, and do the convolution again with the rasterized text to obtain this contrast cost map. And this map pushes text towards regions in the video frame with high contrast. Finally, to make sure that different lyric phrases are put in consistent places, we take the position of the previous lyric phrase and compute the distance between this position and every other pixel in the frame. The resulting map would place the text close to the position of the previous phrase. Now that we have computed these 4 cost maps based on the 3 design guidelines, we can control how much each of these maps contributes to the final lyric placement by multiplying each map with a weight. We then compute a weighted sum of these maps. And the darkest spot in this map, represented by the green dot, is the optimal place for the lyric phrase. And this position in the video frame is where we place the text. In the last stage, we use the script to automatically render the lyrics with animations in After Effects. Now, let me show you some results generated by our pipeline.
I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out, no need to take it slow. We don't talk anymore, we don't talk anymore, we don't talk anymore like we used to do. Close with the kiss, so he call me ice cream. Catch me in the fridge, right where the ice be. By the curls, waves, and natural things. Curls, waves, and natural things. Okay, one time if I grow it long, am I good enough? Am I good enough? And I can see us twisted in bed sheets, all you slipped away like a bottle of wine. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Nobody said it was easy. Oh, it's such a shame for us to part.
Cool. And finally, to evaluate our system, we ran a 57-participant user study, and the participants found the lyrics in our videos to be readable, their attention not split into the text and the video, and overall had a great viewing experience. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Nick Lee from UCLA. Very good talk. And I have a question. So, have you tried this on rap songs?
What? Yes. So actually, one of the earlier design principles here is actually designed for rap songs. If I can find it. So a problem that people find with these lyrics that you find online is they look like they're being broken down into phrases, but they don't actually follow how they're being sung in the video. And especially with a lot of rap songs, they have run-on sentences, so they don't really break at where like commas and periods break. So this is actually why we want to first find the per level timing and then find a threshold at which these groups should be these things should be grouped into lyrics, should be grouped into phrases.
My actual question is like, what will be the limitation of this work?
Sorry?
What will be the limitations of this work?
Some limitations of this work is I think our final output is sort of like contingent upon the quality of the input video because there are some videos that are already pretty visually cluttered. So adding text on top of a pretty visually cluttered video, won't have a good result whatsoever. So that's the limitation of the work of this current work, and a potential future work is maybe we can look for places in the video region that have the least amount of visual information and blur that out and make that so we can make places to add text onto. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Judgy, Brian Wang, U of Toronto. Great talk. I love the automated pipeline here. I wonder, have you thought about where's the human part in this pipeline? So for example, I believe you probably did a study,
right.
Where I guess not necessarily all the participants are super satisfied with the generation. In that case, how would they refine, how can they do in this creation process to refine the video?
Yeah, that's also a good question. So I actually didn't have time to talk about that part in the talk. So the user can, first of all, of course, choose the input, so the song and the music, and then they can also actually choose the font, and the color of the font. So that's something they can choose from the beginning. And also, there's a slide where I show we compute a weighted map of different design guidelines. So the user can choose actually not adhere to any of the guidelines that I just talked about. So they can, the way to do that is by changing the weights. So all of the weights right now are default to 1. So we basically respect all the design guidelines equally. But then depending on the user's preference and also the input video, actual content, they can adjust those things manually to their preference.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And just as a reminder, Jaju is looking for an internship, so if you're interested in that, get in touch with him. The second talk is Mirrorverse, Live Tailoring of Video Conferencing Interfaces, and it's presented by Marcel Borowski.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. My name, as you said, is Marcel Borowski, and I will be presenting our systems paper. The slides. Yes, thank you. I will be presenting our systems paper, Mirrorverse, Live Tailoring of Video Conferencing Interfaces. And this was a joint effort between me and my co-authors in Aarhus and Paris. The layout of physical meeting rooms is diverse. Here you can see 3 examples of physical meeting rooms. Like, for example, in the top left, we have a board reading room where people sit around the table. In the bottom, we have a presentation where people sitting without a table facing a presenter. And on the top right, we have an ideation process where people sit around the table facing a sticky board whiteboard. What all these examples have in common is that they tailor the meeting room and the furniture to the occasion. When we are now looking at virtual meetings, however, we are mostly facing one-size-fits-all video conferencing software. Like, for example, Zoom or Teams, which, as you can see on the left side, give us a gallery or speaker view, or more recently, we also have more tailorable systems like Gather, which employ a spatial metaphor where people can furnish the meeting room to their needs. However, both types of meetings have usually a very low ceiling when it comes to tailoring them. But can we make end-user tailoring of virtual meetings as easy as rearranging physical furniture in the room? For this, we first need to understand what levels of tailoring we have. Therefore, we propose a 5-level ladder of tailorability, where each level increases the power of the modifications we can do, but also increases the friction, which I'll come to in a second. On the first level now, at the bottom, we have customization, which basically means that we can change functionality using predefined settings. Like, for example, in Zoom, I can enable or disable the waiting room. With recombination on the next level, we can recombine ready-made blocks or primitives to create new functionality. For example, in Gather, we have different types of furniture in rooms which we can recombine. With extension, we can add new functionality from external sources. Like, for example, in Zoom, I can add a mirror plugin, which allows me to have this mirror board in the meeting. The scripting layer then allows to add behavior using an exposed API or a built-in scripting language, which, for example, in Zoom, allows me to even create these extensions in the first place. The last level of reprogramming allows me to change even low-level code of an application by writing the code, and this is usually impossible in commercial software or requires extensive additional tooling, like, for example, an IDE. In our work, we now address three key challenges when it comes to tailoring. First, we raise the ceiling by enabling tailoring through reprogramming. Second, we support live tailoring on all 5 levels. And third, we reduce the technical friction required when moving from one level to the next. Friction hereby means that we can either have personal friction, like, for example, a lack of programming skills, or technical friction, where we, for example, have to install build tools and an IDE to change our software. We address these challenges by developing Mirrorverse, a proof-of-concept implementation of a tailorable video conferencing system. In Mirrorverse, we have a web application which is accessible through the web browser and builds on top of the WebStraits platform. In Mirrorverse, elements are displayed in a shared what you see is what I see 2D workspace. You can see here, and we have 3 basic elements which we can use there: content, tools, and rooms. These elements are located in rooms and can also be nested into each other. Like, for example, here you can see 2 rooms inside the main room. Tools can also be moved to a toolbar on the left, and an inspector on the right-hand side allows us to customize tools in the meeting. Audible participants in a room are visualized in a sidebar as an avatar on the right-hand side. Tailoring in Mirrorverse now happens on all 5 levels of the ladder. On the first level, here again in the bottom, we have customization by using an inspector. On the second level, we have recombination, which allows us to recombine different tools and content which are available in Mirrorverse, and these different types of elements can also be added through a package manager in the third level. On the fourth level, we have a visual scripting GUI, which allows us to change the audio routing in a meeting. So for example, we can allow things like talking in between rooms. And on the last level, we have a built-in editor, which allows us to reprogram Mirrorverse, even the low-level code of it, while the meeting is going on. And this, for example, can enable us to replicate traditional gallery and speaker views, but also more recent examples of the spatial metaphor, both in the same meeting. But we can also do a lot more, and here I want to show you 3 usage scenarios of what Mirrorverse enables. In the first scenario, we have 2 yoga teachers which use Mirrorverse to recombine recorded videos. In this clip, you can see them recording yoga poses as a preparation for a yoga class, and then bringing them into sequence right after recording them in the meeting. In the yoga session, then, one of the teachers spots that a participant is doing a pose wrong. So he can, in the meeting, re-record the pose and then show it to the participants, and even use his live video feed overlaid over it to highlight important things of that video pose. In the second scenario, we have an organizer of a multi-room virtual workshop where we have 3 breakout rooms, where the organizer is adding a doorway tool, which you can see here on the left, which allows the organizer to hover over a meeting room and then only listen to the participants in that meeting room. And this is visualized on the right-hand side in the Audible participants list. And this doorway tool was created using this visual scripting GUI I mentioned earlier on the 4th level of the ladder. The final scenario now shows a stand-up meeting of a small design team, which uses the highlight tool for didactic references to design options. The team, like these yellow borders around elements. The team, however, discovers that they have to highlight not just one element at a time, but multiple elements. So during a break, one of the team members with programming skills can go into the editor embedded into Mirrorverse and can change the code live while the meeting is going on, and then be able to select multiple elements using this highlighting tool, allowing them to make didactic references to multiple elements. To create a system like Mirrorverse and be able to have live reprogramming and scripting, as you just saw, we couldn't just use the normal software stack, but had to rebuild it ourselves. And we did this over the last 10 years by using the WebStraits software stack consisting of WebStraits, CodeStraits, and Varf, some of which also were presented at UIST in previous iterations. For future work, Mirrorverse also opens up to different directions. First, we are only focusing on 2D interfaces in our prototype. Future work could look into how this could work in a third dimension, for example, in mixed reality, and how potentially even both of those could be combined. A deeper integration into person and task space could also be explored to, for example, enable more different types of tools which participants can use in the meeting. And lastly, we have the friction, which can also be personal and subjective for the participants when they are engaging in tailoring. And especially that personal and subjective part requires future research to see how that influences tailoring of users. So to sum up, we highlighted that current video conferencing systems are mostly one-size-fits-all and are barely live tailorable by the user. We therefore proposed a 5-level ladder of tailorability when demonstrated in a proof-of-concept system, the Mirrorverse, that all 5 levels can be supported live in tailoring, opening up for new interesting use cases of video conferencing systems. We published Mirrorverse on GitHub, so you can try it out there, or you can also pass by later today at the demo session and try it out together with us. Thank you.
There was a study last year on video conferencing out of Stanford and Columbia on idea generation and using metrics like eye gaze and the like to ascertain whether video conferences led to a more, I think imbuing a video conference process with a more creative idea generation. Did you at all look at that research? I'm just curious about like the 5 levels. Is that the thought process about create? I mean, I think the premise is that because it's a 2D, potentially 3D, but 2D screen, and there's not ability to perceive certain attributes or that it maybe curbs. And I think eye motion as well were some of the things that Stanford and Columbia looked at. Did you look at that at all?
As far as I understand it, like this is, I think, not directly related to what we were doing. We were more focusing on like the tailoring aspect of the meeting. So we can for example, tailor the meeting, like having this different breakout rooms, for example, and like using them for like the types of meeting, but not strictly related to ideation processes.
Not related to like the result. It's like format. Is that correct? I apologize if I'm misinterpreting what you said. Maybe I'll ask you afterward. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, maybe afterwards.
Thank you. Sorry.
This is not a question, just a comment. I really like your work because we worked on video conferencing for a while. One thing that we realized that there are so many video conferencing applications out there, but I have zero preference of any, right? As long as it's a link included in my calendar invite, I will go there.
Yes.
No matter whether it's Teams or Zoom.
Yeah.
And one reason that we thought could be is there's no consolidation of anything unless you really preserve, or the information or whatever. And I think the customizability you are doing is the consolidation of user preference, which will, once I use your system, next time I'll use your system, right? I'm not going to switch to Zoom, right? Because my preference is preserved.
Yes.
So I really like that aspect.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, lovely work. This seems like a great domain in which to explore these questions of malleability and tailoring, but partially because it's presumably one that you and your team use yourself. Did you find yourself using this system in your work, and did you have any learnings through that?
We used it during the development process to dog feed ourselves sometimes, and for our 4 to 5 person meetings, it worked out. And as I was the developer, I could tailor it, but there's definitely this personal friction still remaining, even though we have the technical friction reduced so that we have everything in the system. It's still difficult, programming is still difficult, and that's still a big thing we also want to continue researching on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question, and I'm going to sneak one in. If I could ask the presenter of papers already to set up, please. So do you have any thoughts on supporting hybrid meetings? Because I saw in your examples everyone was remote.
As part of the paper, we focused on virtual meetings overall, but the idea which we built on top of is the Mirror Blender paper, which basically has these mirrors of a video feed or a screen feed, which can be moved around, which was focusing on hybrid meetings in the first place. And all of these interactions can also be replicated in the Mirrorverse. So it is also a good test bed, I think, to use for exploring hybrid meetings with it. Because you can also basically have your old toolbox of trying out different things with participants, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's thank Marcel. Try plugging it in again.
Yeah, I tried a couple of times.
So we might have a small problem with the video. He's seeing the desktop.
The desktop of the presentation. Let me. Can you see the presentation now? Yeah.
All right. Great. So the next presentation is Papers, Augmenting Research Papers with Talk Videos, and it's presented by Tao-Soo Kim. Take it away.
Yeah, hi, my name is Tae-Soo. I'm a PhD student at UIST, and today I'll be talking to you about our work on Papios, which augments research papers with talk videos. And this paper was part of my internship project at the Semantic Scholar team at AI2, And it's all thanks to my amazing collaborators, Matt, Jonathan, Amy, and Joseph. Yeah. So beyond our papers, we researchers frequently communicate our work through various types of videos. For example, for UIST, we create a lot of video previews and video figures that summarize our work and show our various systems and artifacts. And you can see a lot of great examples in this year's teaser video. Also, for various virtual and hybrid conferences, we are also asked to pre-record our conference talks so that attendees can actually watch these talk videos after the conference or even asynchronously. So these talk videos generally present the same content as the papers, but there are various differences in how they present it that can have benefits for people that are consuming this content. So for example, talk videos tend to be more visual by presenting various visual aids that might not be present in the paper. They're also dynamic, which can better illustrate animated artifacts or interfaces in action. Also, compared to the formal academic language we use in papers, we tend to be more informal and more simple in our talks. Also, finally, talk videos condense or summarize our papers as they need to fit within a specific time limit. So there's qualities of talk videos can enhance and facilitate the paper reading experience, but these two remain largely disconnected, meaning that it can be challenging to use talk videos during paper reading, which led to our work, which looked into how can we combine these two types of media into one cohesive reading experience. So for this purpose, we first conducted a study with 14 researchers. The participants of this study first acted as readers, and they used a basic research probe that showed a paper and video side by side and had basic navigation links between these two media. Then in a co-design session, we asked participants to act as authors and think about how they would combine their own papers and videos. We found 3 main design goals here. First, a paper-video combination should allow users to switch between paper reading and video watching whenever they need to. Also, the systems should hint at what content is present in video segments so that the readers can predict what will be available in the video before actually watching the video. And finally, video segments should be coarsely linked to relevant sections in the paper, but there should also be more fine-grained links between specific details in both media. So based on these design goals, we present Papios, which is a new reading experience that augments research papers with segments from their talk videos. So this is what the Papio reader looks like, and it's basically a PDF reader that displays the paper. And next to the PDF reader, you can see video notes next to relevant passages of the paper. So this video notes contain segments from the talk video that are related to where they are and within the paper. And the passages that these video notes are linked to are also noted with these highlight bars that are color-coded with the same color as the video notes. Yeah, so you can scroll through a Papio, and while you're scrolling, you can skim the paper by checking the highlight bars to see the important content that the authors decided to cover in their talk videos. And you can also glance at the video notes to see a thumbnail of the video segment and one-line transcript from that video segment, which can provide a kind of semi-visual summary. If the thumbnail and the transcript line don't provide enough information, you can also hover and move your cursor over the highlight bar, and that will quickly scrub through the video segment, so you can kind of know what content will be there. Then, if, for example, you're struggling to understand a passage, you can switch to watching the video. By clicking on the highlight bar or the video note, you'll activate the video note, which will start the playback of the video, and also show the full transcript of that video segment. The video notes also show a timeline at the top, where each block represents a different video segment that is connected to the paper, and you can actually see which section of the paper they're connected to based on like the paper sections that are shown above. And so while consuming the paper and the video, you might also want to find like a specific detail in one media in the other, for example, like a quote by a participant. For this, we provide what we call synchronized highlights, which are words or phrases in the paper that are linked to relevant words or phrases in the video. So hovering over one of these in one media will highlight the same detail in the other. It might be a bit small to see here. Yeah, instead of focusing on skimming and reading through the text, the paper reader also allows the user to watch and focus on the video. So whenever a video note ends, you're given the option to watch the next video segment. If you click on this, the video note will move on to the next video segment, and the paper will scroll to the relevant location. And as you can see, the scrolling is done in a note-centric way, meaning that the video segment stays in place while the paper scrolls. So you can keep on watching the video without a lot of distraction. Yeah, so how are papios made? So for this, we created a papio authoring interface. We opted against a fully automatic approach because a lot of the authors in our study said that they wanted control over how their papios were created. In this interface, authors select segments from their videos and then map this to blocks or paragraphs in their papers. And for this, we provide algorithmic suggestions that help people map the paper and the video. To evaluate the effectiveness of papios, we conducted a within-subject study where we recruited 16 early-stage HCI researchers, and we tested them to read 3 different HCI system papers. And they wrote summaries for each of the system sections of each paper. And participants repeated this task 3 times with 3 different conditions, one where they only read the paper, one where they had the paper and the video, and one using papios. In our study, we found the participants rated the task to be significantly easier with papios and their mental demand to also be significantly lower. Participants mentioned that whenever they struggle with a certain passage in the paper, they could easily jump to the video so they could get a quick, high-level and visual summary of that passage. And another participant also mentioned how access to the video allowed them to consume the same content in a lot of different modalities, visual, audio, and textual. We also found that participants used each media as a guide to navigate the other. So for example, participants rated that it was easier to navigate through the paper with papios, as they could move between video notes to jump between important sections of the paper. Also with papios, participants could better orient themselves in the video, as it was easier to know what video segments will contain what information by knowing what paper sections they were linked to. We also analyzed participant summaries on 3 criteria: comprehensiveness, the percentage of important information covered in the summary, detail, which is just the amount of information in the summary, and coherency. And we found that summaries when using papios were significantly more comprehensive without losing detail or accuracy, showing that participants were able to cover more details throughout the section. So researchers have been looking for a long time on how we can overcome the limitations of static papers. And in this work, we actually thought about what if we use talk videos? We already have these talk videos, why don't we incorporate this into papers? However, as authors, we're always frequently creating a lot of different content to promote and communicate our work. For example, we had created slides for our talks, like this slides you're seeing now. We also summarize and promote our work on social media. And we also write blogs to communicate our research to a more general audience. So we are already creating a lot of content to communicate our research, and we suggest through this work that there can be a lot of value to be extracted from this content if we seamlessly integrate it back into our papers. And that's it for my talk. If you want to check the papio of our papio paper, you can access the link over there. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I really like the tool. I'm curious about your thoughts on giving a talk and writing a paper may benefit from different structures. For example, we can show example first, and then you will assume all of us understand the concept, and then you go through the more details there in your talk. Mm-hmm. But in the paper, we follow the structure of introduction, real work, and other stuff. So do you see it may introduce some challenges in the alignments of the different components in different structures? Also on social media blogs, they have different structures.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, that's definitely a possible problem. With our former study with the research probe, we actually noticed that a lot of participants got very confused because they would expect the video to follow the paper, but then it didn't, so they would jump around a lot in the paper. We tried to remedy that by actually localizing the video segments so they kind of know where they are and when. But yeah, I think participants still struggle with a lot of scrolling up and down, so maybe there could be better hints at showing people where they're going when they're navigating within the video. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Really interesting paper. My question was, when creating the papios, you mentioned it wasn't a fully automated approach because people want to author it. When you were creating them, I mean, there's a lot of papers online who don't have this connection, and people write the paper and make the video separately. When you try to make a papio from that, does it actually line up? How much editing does the user actually have to do, and how much is automated?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very good question too. We saw that in general, most papers and videos did align pretty well. But there's certainly some cases where, for example, you would cover part of like one section and then jump between multiple sections within one video segment. For those cases, I think the authors decided to instead just link generally like, this would probably be best here compared to like everything else. Yeah, that was another factor in like why we wanted an authoring interface instead of an algorithm, because yeah, those things needed a bit of more like human understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely talk, really interesting work. I'm wondering if you could speak to if there's any requirement for alignment in content. You know, I think for your study you mentioned specifically like HCI system papers. You could imagine, for example, you know, you run a study and then the video only shows the study procedure and the paper goes through the entire motivation. Wondering if you could speak to, you know, does this approach apply broadly, or yeah, could you speak to this?
Yeah, that's a good question. We saw that the videos that worked best would be those that covered like most important parts of the paper, so like the motivation, the system, like results, etc. But we still think that there's a lot of benefit in like still linking those type of talk videos, since you still get like that like visual and dynamic like integration into the papers as well. But yeah, I think it depends a lot between the papers. There's some videos that might work best, but yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next talk is Video to Action, Reducing Human Interaction in Action, Annotation of App Tutorial Videos. And it will be presented by Sidong Fan. Just one reminder, if you come up to the microphone to ask a question, please state your name and affiliation so we know who you are.
My slide doesn't show up. Oh, cool. So, hello everyone. My name is Sidong, a PhD student from Monash University. I'm going to present our paper, Video to Action, Reducing Human Interactions in Action Annotation of App Tutorial Videos. So first I want to start with what is the app tutorial video and why it is important. So it is not always clear to a user how to access specific functionalities, especially when they're experiencing a new mobile app. Therefore, most of the users usually look for tutorials on the web and social media like YouTube and WikiHow. And increasing components in this video is the video base, which is created by the screen recording. This is because it can lower the bar for tutorial creators, and it can have immersive and engaging for users to learn, and it also can include more detail and the context. However, we find that most of the app tutorial videos may lack of the accessibility issues. So we find that some of the videos may play too fast to watch, and the actions performed sometimes are not obvious to be realized. And also for the auditory information, which may not be accessible for non-native language users and hearing impaired users. So to address this, most of the video creators often utilize the markers to explicitly highlight the action cues in the video, guiding the user's attention to essential actions and UI elements. However, creating such action annotations can be time-consuming and labor-intensive, including watching the video frame by frame, extracting the action clips, and recalling the specific action locations, and finally, they can annotate the actions. So motivated by this, we create Video to Action, a lightweight, non-intrusive approach to automatically acquire the actions from the video, reducing the burdens of video creators in action notation. So we start the first phase of our approach, which is the action scene generation. We adopt an image similarity matrix to compute the consecutive frame from the videos. And based on the similarity sequence, we adopt a heuristic algorithm to segment the video into scenes. So based on the action scenes, we then predict the specific locations for each action. So for the scroll offset, it is easy, which can be achieved by the matching template algorithm. And for the backward, it is easy to predict the system backward button. However, for the tab location, which is much more complicated, it can have a diverse range of the coordinates in the UI, and it can also trigger different response. So to achieve this, we propose a deep learning model, which first encode the visual representation of the UIs, and inspired by the object detection models, we narrow down the whole UI to a specific UI elements, and finally we predict the actual locations. And the fundamental of deep learning models is big data. So we also propose a data augmentation method, such as the element exchange and the metamorphic augmentation. And finally, we propose some post-processing to remove the redundant predictions. So to evaluate our approach, we asked the first research question on how accurate is our approach in generating action scene from the video. So we leverage 6,000 videos from the RICO dataset, and we find that our approach is much better than that of other baselines in F1 score and the 11 score. And for the second research question is how accurate is our approach in predicting the tab location. We focus the tab location in this experiment because the scrolling action and the backward action is too mature to evaluate. So again, we also use the RICO dataset, and we find that our approach outperforms the baseline, and we also conduct ablation studies and to see that the implementation of our approach, like the data augmentation and the post-processing, can enhance the performance. We finally assess the trust of our approach and interpret how it gives a certain prediction. And lastly, we conduct a user study to evaluate how useful is our approach in helping video creators for action annotation in practice. So we set up an experimental group which invites 6 video creators to annotate 8 tutorial videos using the video to action prototype, which has a video playback interface and annotation box. We also give them our predict action scene box and action location box. And in compare, we construct a control group which invites another 6 video creators to annotate with similar experience to annotate the same tutorial videos from scratch. And we found that the experimental group can annotate the actions much faster than the control group, and they also appreciate the helpfulness for revealing the action performed in the videos so that they can easily annotate them. And so in summary, we present a video to action for automatically acquiring actions from the app tutorial video to reduce human interaction burdens in action annotation. And we also conduct a comprehensive evaluation, including automated experiments and a user study to demonstrate the performance and the usefulness. And thanks very much. That's all for my presentation.
While you're coming up, I have a question. So if I remembered right, the system supports tap, scroll, and back. What about like multi-touch in gestures, like for example, pinch to zoom? Is that supported, or what would it take to also build that in?
Okay, that's a good question. Yeah, I think there's lots of the actions or interactions can be applied to the mobile. And in this paper, we just focus on the 3, like the common actions. But yeah, I guess we can support more. As you can see, like in the similarity sequence, there are different patterns for each actions. So if you like empirically study like the sequence for different actions, it can be achievable. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Jackie Young from Stanford University. So just to confirm, the action annotation, is that for making videos for people to better understand what's happening in an app interaction video?
Yeah. So to be clear, we focus on like the app tutorial video, like in the YouTube, which is just a screen recording.
Yeah.
And you can extract the action from this kind of the video. Yeah.
And what's the action for? Like, what's the action annotation extracted for? Like, what's the purpose of the action?
Okay. It's like provide more accessibility for the users. So since most of the app videos can be played too fast, and also the actions cannot be obvious to be realized. So for the, like, for example, the elders, they cannot like repeat the actions from the app tutorial videos due to that. So our work can help them to like quickly annotate videos so that it can be applied to
yeah, I was thinking like
users.
Seems like all the technique you applied here is purely visual, right? So I was thinking that maybe it makes sense for other people, but for like most users, if you can infer it with your system, I guess I can probably also infer it visually because I'm watching the video. So I was wondering like if, like I think when you capture the video, if you capture it in some certain format with accessibility API, you can also get those information and just embed it in the video originally. So I guess that's an alternative way to make.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Which is really important. Like most of the researchers will think that it is easy to like grab like the log from the accessibility API, right? But we find that like in the accessibility API, it often like retrieve like unreliable information, probably due to the dynamic content for the UI. So it's not really, it sometimes can misaligned. So it will be more robust to just predict by visually without the log, yeah.
Okay, cool, thanks. Cool paper.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, great work. I really enjoyed this paper. And Jeff Nichols from Apple. So I was curious, I mean, you're getting, I think, pretty good results here, but I'm curious what you think the upper bound of the result is, because I imagine there's just not always enough context in the video to really figure it out. Like, so how close to 100% could we theoretically get, do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question as well. From my experiments, I've been like investigating this question about like 1 year and trying to like improve the performance, and it is really hard because what we are trying to do is like predict the specific coordinates from the UI. It's like thousands or millions of the coordinates. So and we have tried different approach. For example, like augmented data. And we find that I guess like the 60 or 70 will be the upper bound. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Thanks so much. I really enjoyed the paper.
Yeah, but yeah, just one last thing to mention is since our approach just use like the UI pairs, like two UIs to predict the specific location, but I guess there's some animations which can be also applied, and I guess it can also improve the performance.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next paper in this session is called Peanut, a human AI collaborative tool for annotating audio-visual data, and it's presented by Zheng Zhang. And yeah, that is it. Once we have the image up. Nothing yet. Maybe try unplugging it again.
The microphone is all working. all nodes up. Oops. Interesting. Yes, I recognize.
Are you getting anything? Do you have another
Adapter, okay. Is it coming out? Yeah, is it not coming? It's coming out.
entirely gone?
Sorry for waiting.
Right here. It's not working. You also might want to try a different port.
Nothing else? I'm not sure.
Will it?
Is that you adapter or is that the other adapter?
Jackie,
Yeah, can I try something? So this is the external display. Just reduce the resolution. Sometimes helps.
Okay.
I can borrow my.
You want to try mine? Yeah, it's right here.
I don't know what happens.
You also might want to try a different port on your computer.
You want to try this?
Yeah, this one.
Maybe try a different port.
Oh yeah.
No, I did shit.
Oh
Yeah, I should have tried all those.
Oh, no, wait.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
Trying to make out, yeah. Thanks to our technician and student volunteer.
Takes exactly 4 people.
Okay. Yep. We feel lagging behind. Okay. Everything good. Hi everyone. I'm Zheng Zhang from University of Notre Dame. So today I'd like to present our work, Peanut, a human AI collaborative tool for annotating audio-visual data. And this work is done with our amazing collaborators, Ning Zheng, Chen Liangxu, Yapeng Tian, and Toby Jiajunli. Okay, let's get started. So audio-visual learning is an important multimodal learning task that aims to learn correlation between visual and auditory information in videos. So audio-visual learning is an important step to achieve a video scene understanding. For example, to understand, for example, to understand why the kid is crying in this video, machine has to associate the barking sound with a dog in this scene. So this association will provide context and makes it easy for the machine to understand the child is crying due to the dog's barking. To achieve multi-sensory perception of auditory and visual clues, one fundamental task is the audio-visual source localization, so which aims to identify and localize the sounding objects in every video frame, so that the machine can track changing sounding sources in a video. However, training a robust audio-visual source localization model is the challenging task. The current popular approaches are mostly based on unsupervised or weakly supervised learning. Though these approaches is not data hungry, they often suffer from low accuracy, biases, and hard to adapt to a specific domain. In contrast, the supervised learning-based approach is easier to achieve high accuracy and robustness. The annotation process is often expensive, time-consuming, and laborious. Here is an example for current approach for annotating. Here is an example for current approach for annotating audiovisual data. So, to annotate a sounding object in each frame, current baseline approaches require annotators to go through frames one by one and manually annotate the sounding objects. So the next question is, why not try to achieve fully automated audio-visual annotation? So the fact is that enabling fully automation of annotation is also challenging. So first, the existing multimodal models are usually not robust for accurate annotations, so mainly due to a lack of high-quality data, so which is exactly the issue we try to solve here. So for example, in this video, the state-of-art unsupervised model keeps misidentifying the tire as a source of engine source. Besides, though there are some robust single modality model, like object detector and audio tagging model available, it's still hard to automatically correspond the annotations in both modalities. To address these challenges, we developed Peanut, a human-AI collaborative annotation tool that takes advantage of human and AI's respective strengths. Peanut makes use of human multisensory perception to connect AI per-annotations on two modalities. Besides, the Peanut provides multiple mixed initiative partial annotation strategies to make the annotation process more efficient. So Peanut facilitates users to annotate each frame faster, annotate fewer frames manually, and allow efficient annotation review. So first, the Peanut identifies the candidates of visual objects and audio tags to help people annotate each frame faster. When annotating a frame, user can first review the annotation, review the video, and replace the audio corresponding to this frame. At the same time, users can directly choose object and audio tagging identified by the system. So instead of taking heavy workload of drawing bounding box and identifying sounding, I think there's a little bit off from my audio, but yeah, I mean that's okay. Yeah, there should be some audio. Yeah, let's move forward. So after annotating a frame, user can choose to automatically annotate the next frame based on the prior annotation. So this allows users to go through every frame and annotate them quickly. Second, Peanut allows users to annotate fewer frames manually by identifying the key frames for users to annotate and automatically annotate the remaining frames based on the user annotation. To achieve this, we propose a novel algorithm called audio-visual sensitive binary search. In the base case, user can annotate one frame. The model will automatically annotate the next 10 frames based on the human annotation. Human will review the last frame of the model annotation. If that's correct, the model will bring human to the next frame and repeat this process. However, if the human found that the model annotation on the last frame is not correct, so the Peanut will bring user back to the frame in the middle and undo the annotation in between. In a more complex case, Peanut may identify the sharp audio or visual change near to the human annotation frame. So in this case, Peanut will ask human to annotate this frame. And if human annotation is different on these two frames, the Peanut will ask human to annotate the frame in between and do the incremental annotation. So oh my gosh. Here's an example. Peanut identifies the sharp audio change in between and bring the people back to the middle frame and do the incremental partial automations. So lastly, Peanut provides multiple annotation review features to help users review the annotation results. The frame-by-frame thumbnail features allows users to easily skim the annotation status of each frame. In contrast, the annotated video preview feature allows users to know how the entire video looks like after the human annotation. We conducted a controlled user study to evaluate the Peanut system. We recruited 20 student participants and asked them to annotate a sample set of audiovisual event dataset. So each participant will take 2 25-minute sessions on annotating different subsets of data using baseline and the Peanut interface respectively. We record their survey response, log data, and the interview transcript. So our study shows that the Peanut can significantly reduce the time of annotating each frame, so which indicates the effectiveness of using single modality model to support the pre-annotations. Besides, we also found that the Peanut can allow users to annotate significantly more frames within the same time and improve the accuracy of the annotations, which confirms the effectiveness of our incremental automatic annotation approach based on the human anchoring frames. So to wrap up, there are several few takeaways. So first, the annotation tool designers can use a partial annotation approach to make people focus on the parts that mostly need human perception and judgment. Besides, in human-AI collaboration, we should, it's off? Oh, come on, sorry. So in human-AI collaboration, we should minimize the overhead cost of AI and ask a human to work on the part that did not introduce actual learning barriers. So for the robustness of annotation and the human agency, we should enable multiple strategies to support verification in AI-assisted data annotation. So that's all. Thank you for listening.
One question I had after reading the paper is what happens if the sound is from an object that's not in the video? So I don't know if the dog is outside of the video frame, so we don't know where it is.
I think that's a good example. So basically in the audio visual localization sense, they usually actually they didn't consider the case like where the sound object is beyond the video sense. So there are several other risks. I mean the task called like the 3D visual localization. So in this case, we try to synthesize the 3D inventions, the 3D sense. So the sounding object maybe in the other videos which is not which can be recorded by the other cameras, and we try to identify the sounding objects in the other videos.
All right, great. Any other questions? Please come up. Otherwise, I have another one. So the system, as far as I understand, is designed to be used by one single user. Is there an opportunity to also maybe get crowd workers involved, or to divide the video into multiple parts and have different users work in it in parallel?
So we haven't think about like making it like the multi-user cases. So however, we try to deploy it in the crowdsourced platforms. We can ask a large group of people to annotate to use our tools to annotate the large scale data size quickly.
All right. And I have another one. Is there an opportunity for the system to incorporate natural language processing to sort of like identify more of what the sound is? So using the spoken word in the video, that we identify what type of dog that is, or where the dog's coming from, or the size of the dog or something?
That's a good point, actually. So there are some multimodal models available. Like you can somehow, to generate the video captions. To describe what happens in the videos in each frames. So in our lab, there's another work basically like we use multimodal models to generate those captions with to captions and enhance with those audio effects in the videos.
I think we have time for one more question, Jeff.
I was just coming up here to help you. If you want to ask instead, please feel free.
On if you've considered standardizing or helping users to scope the, I guess, the range of the annotation. So for example, in the video you showed, I noticed that for the flute playing, you actually annotated the entire person, but for the piano, you annotated just the piano alone without actually the person fully captured in the background. And similarly, if you think about sounds like clapping or stomping, do you expect that to be localized at a person level? Like, so if I clap, would the entirety of me be annotated, or would it just be my hands that are actually creating the clapping sound?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, so actually, so there's no ground truth like what specific parts of the sounding object have to be annotated. So in the reality, I mean, there are several annotation methods. For example, you just use the bounding box. This is the most straightforward ones. And also we can use the heat map, like just draw these regions as the sounding sources. Yeah. So I think there actually have some will have some the like annotator individual bias, because each annotator will draw they may manually draw the differently for the sounding regions. So this actually the one reasons like why our system can like achieve a higher accuracy. So because I mean those models try to give more consistent annotations from the previous training of the data. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so the next and last talk in this session will be presented by David Lin, and David is looking for an internship. So if you're hiring, pay attention to the talk and talk to David after the session. And the talk is titled Soundify, Matching Sound Effects to Video. And we do have an image, so that is good.
Let me test the audio real quick.
Okay.
Right.
Yep, that sounds good. All right, take it away, David.
Hi everyone, I'm David from CMU, and today I'm excited to share our work, Soundify, Matching Sound Effects to Video. So this is joint work with Anastasis, Chris, and Yining from Runway ML, and Nick, my advisor. Sound immerses the viewer within a video. However, sound editing itself can be a laborious task. So in our work, we try to, given a video with no sound, we try to add high-quality spatial sound to it. And here's an example of what our system can achieve. So to guide the design of our system, we first interviewed 10 professional video editors to understand their practices and the challenges they face, to synthesize 4 key design goals. So first off, we found that editors find it difficult to find their suitable sounds from a large database of different sound effects, so we help them surface the suitable sounds. They also find it hard to align the sounds precisely to the video, so we help with synchronization. They find it hard to tune the panning and volume parameters frame by frame to the video, so we also help them with tuning the spatial parameters. And they also find it hard to stack together lots and lots of layers of audio together, so we help them with stacking. So prior work in this area has largely focused on audio-visual correspondence learning from large and large amounts of audio-visual paired data, as the previous presenter also mentioned. And another sort of work is on synthesizing audio from scratch. However, generally, these methods tend to be computationally expensive and data hungry. So in this work, we propose an alternative approach, which is leveraging existing studio quality sound effects libraries and using CLIP, which is an open vocab classification network, to look at what's in the video and identify what things make sound according to a library, and add sound to it. We also visualize the activation maps, which is basically an approximation of what the neural network is focusing on in the video to more fine-grained localize where the sound is. And here's an overview of our system. So our key idea is identifying these sound emitters in the video and adding sound to it. So first off, we split the video into separate scenes to classify sounds for each scene separately. We then classify for two types of sounds. First one is sound effects, which are main sounds, like bicycle sounds, car sounds, bird sounds. The second type is ambient sounds, which are more background sounds, like forest ambience or city ambience. So for sound effects, we feed in the different sound labels from our large database as text, and then we also feed in the individual frames stacked together into a representation, and then compare them with semantic similarity, and then we rank the different sound labels. So in this example, I ranked bicycle as the top example for this bicycle video. Now for ambience, we do the same thing, but ambient classification is more error-prone because the background might be blurry or out of focus, so we do an additional step to improve the accuracy for ambience. So to do this, we look at what the user selected for the sound effect. And then we also look at all the predicted ambience, and then we re-rank the ambience based on the user selected effect. So if the user selected waterfall, then probably the ambient to go with waterfall would likely be a forest. Next, we synchronize the sounds to the video by looking at the consecutive frames of which the sound emitter appears in the video. Next, we want to mix the spatial parameters of the sound to the video. So for example, as a bicycle gradually moves from the right to the left, we hear a shift in panning from the right channel to the left channel. And as like an airplane glides forwards to the viewer, we experience an increase in volume to the viewer. So to do this, we split each interval into smaller chunks. And for each chunk, we look at the first frame, and we visualize the activation map for that frame to localize it. And then we assign the panning parameter by looking at the center of mass of the activation map, looking at its x-axis to assign the panning parameter. For gain, we look at the area of the activation map to assign the gain value. We retrieve the relevant audio from our high-quality, studio-quality sound database, and then we mix the panning and gain parameters to it to create our spatial audio. For ambient sounds, we just take it as a background sound for the entire scene. And then we stack together all our multiple layers of sound effects and our ambient sound to create an immersive spatial sound environment for our video. Here's some examples of what our system can achieve, which all start from videos with no sound. So to evaluate our system, we conducted two major studies. Our first one is focusing on the performance of our system. So we did a human evaluation study by automatically matching sound clips to videos using Soundify versus a baseline which is based on YOLO, and object detection baseline which is state-of-the-art during the time of this work. And we match audio from the ESC50 and Urban Sound 8K dataset to video clips in the Getty dataset. Then we asked mechanical Turkers to rate the quality based on 5 measures. So first, whether the audio matches the type of object shown in the video, whether it aligns in time well with the video, whether the volume and panning matches well, and overall does the audio match well with the video. And we found that Soundify results are reported significantly higher ratings. Our second study is a user study. So we recruited 12 professional video editors and asked them to create a layered sound environment for the video. Our baseline is manual editing with Adobe Premiere, which is a standard video editing software that all the participants are familiar with during their work. Our three main measures are workload, task completion time, and usability. And we found lower workload, lower task completion time, and higher usability for the participants using Soundify. So some future directions. So first off, we would like to explore really fine-grained synchronization, such as footsteps. So to do this, perhaps we can perform more state analysis, such as looking at when the foot actually contacts the ground, which should have sound, or when the foot is in the air, which should not have sound. Next, we can also explore non-visual sounds. So to do this, maybe you can leverage the knowledge embedded within LLMs to ask, okay, so given these sounds, what other sounds could be in the same scene? And we have actually started working on this in our updated system of Soundify, which we have a demo link in the next slide. So to find out more, I invite you to read our paper, check our project page, or try out our live demo. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Did you explore at all narration with this? So not necessarily sound effects, but for somebody who is visually impaired or other use cases, adding narration as a sound, maybe potentially you talked about LLMs at the end, future use cases, narration associated, I don't know how, that middle graph didn't show it was contemporaneous. It's like maybe 30 seconds, I couldn't read the graph, but how long it takes, but could it be quick enough to narrate a search result from an LLM?
Right, so I guess the question is sort of verbalizing, is it verbalizing the sound label through TTS to the visually impaired user?
Yeah, so instead of with the airplane, the sound of an airplane, narrating airplane flying, you know, something like that for somebody, for a result of a search result. Does that question make sense?
Right, yeah, it makes sense. We haven't explicitly explored that, but I think that is a good question, and it's actually a nice domain that could be helpful for visually impaired people.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jackie Young from Stanford University. I wonder if there's a way to distinguish between like an object when it's producing sound versus an object that's not producing sound. For example, like the bicycle, when it's parked, it probably shouldn't produce any sound. Whereas if the bicycle is like somebody's riding it, it makes sense to produce a sound effect along with the bicycle.
Right, that's a great question. So we haven't explicitly addressed that either. That is a limitation which we would like to explore in future work. So the first one, so
nice.
State analysis. Yeah, but that's a really good point. Like bicycle parking should have no sound.
Cool, yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
So just to clarify, when you're generating the sound, you're querying from a large database by looking at the cosine similarity in the embeddings.
Right.
Have you guys tried actually generating it at the sample level using Audio LM or one of the generation, because it could be more flexible if something in the data set doesn't match, say, the cadence, or, you know, like the example with the footsteps, you wouldn't find something that has the exact cadence of what you're looking for.
Right, that's a great point. So this work was actually done quite a while ago, like actually 2 years ago when Clip just came out.
Okay.
So that is why there's no text to audio. But if you like, you can try out this demo link. So in this demo link, we do text to audio synthesis in some sort. So yeah, if that is more flexible, it can have more fine-grained, nuanced sounds using that method, especially since text to audio models are getting better and better recently.
Great, thanks.
And as a reminder, David is looking for internships. Well, before we thank all the speakers one last time, we're off to the first poster session and the second coffee break and first poster session. But let's thank all the speakers one more time.
Test. Okay. Is it ready? Can we start this session, or should we wait? We can start. By the way, do you want to try to okay. Yeah, usually people, remind them to kind of when they talk, they don't pay attention. Also, do you want to test the audio?
This new smartwatch enables you to simply control many devices. Using simple gestures, we switch slides and zoom in or out of the screen hands-free.
It was supposed to be 14, but it was supposed to be 14? Yeah. No, I mean 4:20, sorry. Yeah, I think we can start 10 minutes later.
It's easier to count.
Yeah, sure. Also, do you want to address the audio issue with him? Or that's okay with you? Yeah, let me ask. Yeah, sure. So we are addressing some technical issue. I think we will start at 4:20. So in 3 minutes. Otherwise, you may just talk along the video to explain. Yes.
This
Okay, sounds good. Are we ready? Okay. I think we can start.
Do you want to start it in 2 minutes? It's easy to do time.
I mean, I can do an introduction about the session. I guess it's like, then we can start. Okay. Yeah, so thanks for your patience and welcome to the session named Digital Dexterity, Touching and Typing Techniques. I'm Yukang Yan from Carnegie Mellon University. To be honest, I'm not sure if like digital dexterity is a bit too fancy, but yeah, we do have like 6 great papers on detecting touch events and also leveraging the touching surface for target selection task, and also 2 papers on text entry techniques. And for each presentation, we have 8 minutes, and which is followed by a Q&A session, which is about 4 minutes, and you can just come to the front and say, please mention your name and also your affiliation before asking a question. So our first paper will be presented by Winston Chen from MIT. The paper is entitled Robust Figure Interaction with COS Smartwatches Will Unsupervise the Siamese Adaptation. So one announcement is that Winston is on the job market this year. So please contact him if you have any relevant job openings and if he gives us a very great talk. So no pressure, Winston. Take it from here. Yeah, please give us a round of applause. Yes.
I think I will start from the video playing, things that not many people hear yet.
This new smartwatch enables you to simply control many devices. Using simple gestures, we switch slides and zoom in or out of the screen hands-free. is especially helpful to control smart glasses. Certain gestures can switch menus, play movies, and control volumes. By tapping on your hand coupled with the watch on the same wrist, you can toggle between playing games on the TV or solely on the device. A simple tap on the skin will provide you with a shortcut to any app you need. You can also control your smartphone camera remotely. Tap your fingers to take a photo, snap to take a video, and tap on the hand to switch different cameras. You can also pick up or end a phone call without interacting directly with the phone. This system does not require any initial training process or calibration before the first usage, and it is robust in real-world deployment. Any user can wear the smartwatch and immediately begin using the system out of the box. As you can see on the smartwatch screen, we accurately map 4 knuckles to 4 numbers. It has great performance with different arm orientations and works whether you are standing, seated, or lying down. You can use it with different tapping strings. You can use any finger to tap on the skin, and you don't need to worry if the smartwatch changes positions on your wrist. The versatility of this system even allows you to use the system while walking and with a wet hand. This innovative system also works across different types of smartwatches.
Nice. And then I will talk some backgrounds and technical methods and the evaluation. So my name is Winston. Chinese name is Wenqiang Chen. And I'm a postdoc at MIT, and I graduated from University of Virginia. So what's the problem here? So we know a computer is actually getting smaller and smaller. The problem is our finger is not shrinking. Our finger is still this size, not getting smaller. So it has a big problem when there are many, many smart devices. It's very difficult for our fingers to interact them and control them. And especially smartwatch, it's a very popular smart device nowadays, and many people are using it. And even in 2020, 1 year, 100 million smartwatches were sold. And the market value is about 1 billion by 2027. So this is gonna be a very popular devices. But the problem, the fat finger problem is a really big problem. So there's some research propose this kind of idea finger or hand gesture recognition using IMU, so that you can extend the skins as keyboard, or you extend your fingers and your hand to do gesture recognition. There are several papers I have published before, in Mobicom, SIGCHI, and Census, and even one get best paper award and one get best demo award. But after I published these papers, actually there were many companies reach out to me, and they talk about they're very interested in it, but there's a key problem is robust. Is it robust enough to use in the commodity device? Is it robust enough to go to real world? So what's the problem here? Is many people have different hand size. People can maybe wear smartwatch at different location. Maybe today you wear it here, tomorrow you may switch to another place, and even afternoon or right now you may wear the smartwatch at different place. So you can see from this figure. So in ideal situation, the accuracy is very good, like about like 90%. But if you change the tapping exchange, if you move the smartwatch to another location, or if you like try another user, the accuracy drop a lot. So this is a big problem and many industry companies that really care about this. So, the first step, we collect like about 100 people's data, and we designed a backbone model, like a deep neural network, to generalize a model for 100 users. But the problem here, this accuracy may still be very poor for unseen user, because we know we have billions of people, like not just 100 people, but we cannot really like collect billions of users' data. So this is the problem. It's actually a domain adaptation problem. And we have a pre-trained model. For example, we collect 100 people. This is the blue data set. And then for a new user, a target user, this is the yellow one. So how can we map the unseen user, like unseen domain, to a pre-trained domain? This is the goal. But the problem is, you may say like it's easy to do fine-tuning, but for a target user, they don't have labeled data, right? So you cannot ask the customer, hey, can you tap every location and you perform all the gestures, and then we label it, you label it. That's impractical to users. So our idea is to use an unsupervised domain adaptive neural network. The idea here is easy. So the simple idea is we have a classifier. Here you can classify different gestures or different keys. And then we will have the bottom part is a discriminator. And we can describe different domains. And these two neural networks kind of against to each other. And if you reverse the gradient here, then that means that can achieve this goal. So you can classify different gestures, but at the same time, you don't really recognize different domains. But there's a problem. It's like we know we have maybe thousands of billions domains because there are many, many users. And today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, there are many days, and you may change your tapping behavior every day. So if you just do a cross entropy to classify different domains, that's impossible because there are too many domains. So what we do here is, this is our idea, we use assignment constructive laws. So that means we don't really need to classify different domains. But what we need to do is to recognize are they from the same domain or not the same domain. So if they're from the same domain, then we calculate this part, only this part. So it only, we make the distance as small as possible. And if they are from the different domain, then we calculate the later part of the equation, so to make the distance as large as possible. So the evaluation, like this is like the three keyboard I showed you at the beginning, and the accuracy. And then like we also compare some existing finger hand gesture recognition like tap print, iDial, and Y-type, and we outperform these existing systems. And we also compare to like other, other like domain adaptation algorithms like time gain, transfer learning, or Siamese neural network. And Siamese TNN outperform all these existing algorithms. And this figure shows like Siamese TNN outperforms the backbone model. And we also do like a 1-week user study. And the most impressive here is the second day, the performance didn't drop. If you remember the first figure I showed you the problem, so when you change the behavior, it actually dropped a lot, right? But through this study, we see like when the second day when you change the behavior, but using our model, the accuracy actually improve a lot from the unlabeled data you collect from the users. And through 1 week, they actually get consistent and actually improve a little bit, like more and more. And we also do like user studies based on SAS and NASA TLX and get quite positive results. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, I'm Taejun Kim from UIST, and thank you for nice work. And I was wondering if you tested if that works when the smartphone one hand was in the pocket, like, because I thought it would be really cool if I don't need to keep my hands like in this position, or even if I like put my like hands out of my pocket. So like, or like because in the video all I saw the scenario was like putting my hands like this and then tap it. So I was like, yeah, wondering if I can just do like this or without even putting my hands like out of it. Yeah. So yeah.
All right. Thank you for your question. The answer is no, I'm sorry. I haven't tried it. I do think there's still many situations we need to consider to make it more practical, and even like in many, for example, like many doctors, they want to use this, but most of the time they wear gloves.
Mm.
And when you wear gloves, you cannot really tap like on your hand or perform your gesture recognition. So I do think there are many situations we should like adopt this kind of model to that kind of situation, and there can be many future work to keep doing this kind of research. But thank you.
Thank you for your cool work.
Hi, I'm Nathan DeVrio from Carnegie Mellon University. My question was, did you look at quantifying the performance of your system with the strength of the taps? Because I think it would make sense that as you perform more intense taps, it will perform better. But also, if I'm, say, holding the watch down on a surface, so it's not moving at all, and I tap lightly, could your system still recognize that? How would you handle a case like that?
Which case, can you repeat it?
Basically, if I'm doing something where the accelerometer can't pick up as strong of a signal if it's a lighter tap, or if my palm is down on a table, for instance, could you still handle a case like that, and how would the signal be different?
I think you mentioned like two cases. One is like different tapping strength, right?
Yes.
And for that one, we do manage that because for like this picture shows like this is a different change. And this is the problem, like when you change the existing systems, when you change the change, the accuracy actually drop a lot. But using the Siamese DAN, we propose the system, it can solve this problem. So for the different change, you can still recognize very well. But there, you also mentioned when you place the hand on different, like on the desk, right? Yeah, and that's a situation we haven't considered yet, and we do think like maybe for future, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jun Xiaoxun from University of Cambridge. I worked on computer learning for gesture recognition, like open word gesture recognition tasks as well. There's three types of like gesture recognition, like open computer learning kind of scenarios. One is like task, and one is domain, and one is class. Which one is it that this one is specifically working on? Like in terms of, for example, like if it's a domain computer learning problem, then the model will infer the task ID, which is the domain ID. In your gesture recognition algorithm, for example, as you mentioned that there's like 1,000 domains, and does your algorithm infer the domain ID or it does not? Or you have to provide the domain ID?
There's no label, so no domain ID. But every time when we retrain the model, it kind of like domain ID, but there's no label for domains.
Okay, so you are giving the model the domain ID.
Yeah, like this is different domain, we know that.
Okay, so like in the actual implementation, you have to give the model a domain ID so that the model will change the head of the model, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Thank you for your question.
Thanks, Wenqiang again. And our next speaker is Paul Streley from ETH Zurich, and he will give us a presentation on structured light speckle, joint egocentric depth estimation, and low latency contact detection via remote vibrometry. When you are ready, take it away.
So we have to switch.
Yeah, it works with faster. I think this is actually plugged out. Yes. I'm on it. I don't see it. Okay, looks good. Yeah, sorry for the delay. So, hello. In this talk, I'm presenting structured light spectrum, a novel method for optically detecting physical contact events such as touch input on discovered surfaces, all from an egocentric perspective, using a head-mounted sensor. This work I did together with my colleagues, Charji Zhang, Juliette Rossi, and my advisor Christian Holz at ETH Zurich. So many of today's interactive applications are powered by computer vision-based perception algorithms. And many of these are actually uniquely enabled by depth cameras. These help with segmentation, plane detection, as well as precise object and face reconstruction. Kinect is a very prominent example which introduced low-cost structured light-based depth sensing to the common market, and which is now, like a similar technology is now found in almost any iPhone for Face ID technology. And these depth cameras are actually pretty great when it comes to spatial resolution, and they're also doing pretty well when it comes to depth resolution, but they are not the best when it comes to quick events that happen within the scene. So when we're speaking about sudden changes in motions, sudden touch events, or like vibrations of objects, they don't really tend to pick them up. And this is not just like a limitation of their frame rate, but also a limitation of the noise when they resolve those depths. So for interactive purposes, previous research has sought to use them to detect input. They were explored for gesture input, for detection of touch events, but they don't really seem to be like completely sufficient to detect all rapid contact events that happen during natural interaction. So researchers also started to supplement the environment with additional motion sensors like IMUs, or they added additional instrumentation to the user's fingers and the wrist. With structured light speckle, we're introducing a novel method that allows depth cameras to simultaneously resolve spatial geometry as well as rapid temporal behavior, and this all from the same vantage point and using the same platform. For this, we're repurposing a well-known concept, which is structured light traditional depth estimation, using diffused laser reflections, but we also capture from these laser reflections the speckles they create to measure minute vibrations from objects and the physical interactions within the scene. So here this is an example of structured light speckle in the context of touch input. All sensors and emitters are mounted on my headset, as you can see, and during use our system simultaneously detects the surface in front of me as well as the touch events on it. Our motivation behind tailoring this to VR touch inputs comes from previous empirical findings that show that physical affordances significantly increase speed, accuracy, and they also benefit long productivity interaction. But to make this work, VR headsets must be able to actually detect physical surfaces as well as those rapid interactions with them. And this is currently not possible, really preventing this kind of interaction in today's generations of mobile VR headsets. With structured light speckle, we're addressing exactly this limitation of current perception systems. To demonstrate our method, we built a prototype sensor called TapLight. We're using a visible diffracted laser here to visualize TapLight's emitted light array. The prototype also includes an RGB camera for structured light depth-based reconstruction, as well as a monochrome sensor without a lens to detect those interference patterns of reflected laser rays. So let's go through the principle. The laser projects an array of coherent laser rays onto the surface in front of the user. We have a RGB camera which captures the structure of this laser grid using the camera, which allows us then to obtain a depth estimate for each point, from which we then can fit a plane to them. At the same time, a monochrome camera captures the change in the specular interference patterns, which we convert to a 1D vibrometry representation to detect candid moments of touch. We also leverage the headset's existing hand tracking. This helps us to localize those touch events as well as to reject inadvertent touch input through a simple cause threshold on the user's hand position as well as motion direction. So for sending the surfaces, the laser is diffracted by a created plastic layer. To then estimate the depth distance for each of those projected points, we can leverage the binocular disparity between the emitter and the camera. This binocular disparity actually causes those reflections to shift depending on the distance of the camera to a surface away from it. Based on a known constant diffraction angle between the individual rays as well as the baseline length, we can then calculate the depth of a point in the image using the horizontal angle beta, which we can calculate from the image. And following simple geometry, we can calculate the depth for each point using this formula. Our system then fits a plane using the Moore-Penrose inverse to these observations and places it within the world coordinates using the known headset's global pose. This is like a demonstration of the sensor scanning the surface in front of me, which is a way of discovering potential space for surface-aligned interaction. To detect touch contacts, our method analyzes the temporal changes in the laser speckle patterns that emerge when laser beams intersect with surfaces or the user's hand. Moments of contact manifest themselves in sudden peaks in the coarseness signal, and these allow us to effectively detect remote hand-object interactions. Here you can see this coarseness peak signal as I'm tapping against the surface. And then for each of these candid moment events, we verify that one of the index fingers is close enough to the contact point, and otherwise we reject them. We further also reject touch candidates when the lateral velocity of the hand is too large. In our technical evaluation, we invited users to provide touch events on 3 different surfaces. We used a stethoscope to record ground truth moments of contact events, and we also used the optical OptiTrack system to determine the depth error of our depth sensing algorithm. Mean absolute depth errors varied between 20 to 50 millimeters depending on the surface. The lowest error we achieved for the horizontal tapered surface with 20 millimeters. Touches were correctly classified with an F1 score of above 0.95 for all 3 surfaces. Yet detection suffered with the distance of the sensor to the surface. We also measured tap light's end-to-end latency, which was around 50 milliseconds, which is also fast enough for interactive applications. And we demonstrate this also using 6 different use cases as shown here. So this is like a room design app where the user can place objects in the room. And this is like another app where the user can annotate objects on a map projected onto a wall in front of him. So to sum up, the main implication of our work is that structured light speckle is a viable method to complement depth sensing with minute motion sensing of objects in view. This can be all done with vision only and operating from a single vantage point, and there's no more need for additional wearable sensors or instrumentation of the environment. With this, I conclude my talk, and I'm happy to take questions. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Jun Hyop. I'm from KAIST Korea. Really cool work. I just have one question. I saw you that I just saw that you were dragging. How are you detecting touch drag?
Oh, the dragging event basically we have like a contact event. We detect this one, and then we wait until the hand moves out of like a more coarse threshold.
So you're not detecting like micro vibration that happens when drag happens?
No,
or-
we don't do that. We
Okay.
have the touchdown event, and then basically touch-up event comes from the headset's
I see.
hand tracking again.
Any future work for that kind of
Yeah,
more and more
I think
reliable
would
drag?
be interesting to put attention to that, yeah.
And what about multi-touch? Are you?
Multi-touch also currently not. So currently we only are limited to index finger touches.
Oh, is that in your like future work kind of scope? Multi-touch
Yeah,
drag?
I think could be also interesting application. Like it also depends on the quality of the hand tracking.
I think it's really visionary. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, my name is Winston from MIT, and I have a follow-up question from there. I wonder, I'm curious, like, what's the most challenge when you try to detect it one tap, single tap, just using light?
So, so technically you could also try to do it only with camera-based hand tracking, right? But one of the biggest problems which arises there is like self-occlusion of the hand, right? So if you look from an egocentric perspective, there's often that your hands and your fingers are occluded, and you don't really know which finger is hitting like a surface, or like that the finger is hitting a surface to begin with. And like by sensing the vibrations of the wrist, or the hand, or the fingers, or the surface around it, you get like a better detection accuracy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm Taejun Kim from KAIST, and I'm really curious would that work for on skin tapping, contact detection? Because I so only.
So we haven't experimented with this one. It's actually an interesting idea. Like, I believe yes. Yeah, I would say yes. Depends a little probably like on the rapidness of the events or the frequency, how high of the frequencies when you do the steps there.
Right. I think of like so much like more exciting like opportunities when it gets done. So like, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Quick question, Jackie Young from Stanford University. I wonder, how do you distinguish between the tap kind of vibration or like the vibration of the head? Or because like from PowerWork, seems like all their camera is relatively stable, whereas in your application, the camera is like moving. Is there any specific method you apply to address that challenge?
So we also leverage the headset tracking, right? So if there's too much motion of the hands or the head, we reject those events too. So the headset was mounted on the user's head, right? So there was some movement, but if there was like too much quick movements, we would reject those events there.
Okay, got it. Thanks. So basically, it doesn't actually require the station to be completely stable, as long as you're not aggressively moving.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks for, again, I think the great talk, and also we will welcome the next. Yeah, let's thanks Paul again for this. Yeah, so our next presentation will be Shadow Touch, enabling freeform touch-based hand-to-surface interaction with wrist-mounted illuminated by shadow projection. It's a little bit long, I would say. So the presenter will be Chen Liang from Tsinghua University. One announcement is that Chen is a final year PhD candidate. He is on the job market this year, so if you know any relevant openings, please consider him. Thank you.
I have some trouble sharing the screen. Oops. Oh, maybe I will try it again. Yeah, but I'm not sure. Oops. Yeah, it works, but I'm trying to maximize it. Cool. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Liang. I'm currently a final year PhD candidate from the Pervasive Computing Group in Tsinghua University. I'm glad to present our paper, Shadow Touch, enabling free-from touch-based hand-to-surface interaction with wrist-mounted illuminant by shadow projection. Thanks to my collaborators Xu Tongwang, Zisu Li, Qi Xia, Mingming Fan, Chun Yu, and Yuan Chunshi for their valuable contribution. Let's first come up with the background of our work. Touch input is one of the most fundamental input modalities in VR and AR devices, which is inherited and extended from the traditional touch interaction on a 2D touch screen. However, the difference in the sensing principle and the interaction form between a touch screen and a VR/AR headset brings substantial difference in the user experience. For example, we often regard touch input on the touch screen as a precise and reliable method, but mid-air touch leads to more uncertainty and subjective load. In line with previous literature, our point is that even in VR and AR, we seek to design virtual user interface aligned with the physical surface to provide a certain haptic feedback. And previous literatures investigated complementary solutions to detect hand-to-surface touch. Two typical categories are inertial-based methods and vision-based methods. For example, QWERTY Ring achieved accurate tap event detection for a single finger using an IMU ring. Tap ID extended the capability to use an IMU wristband to recognize touches from different fingers. Although inertial methods are sensitive to finger surface collision, they are limited to support broader input modality. For example, it's hard to detect a multi-touch event or a long touch. For vision-based methods, a direct solution is to track the interaction between the 3D hand from the HMD, hand tracking system, and the virtual plane, which can cover large hand gesture spaces, but is less accurate. Anywhere surface touch introduce an auxiliary IR camera system on the wrist to observe the near-surface touch states, which is heavy both in form factor and computation. Yeah, and our work is based on a simple but an intuitive observation that active light projection could amplify near-surface hand movements. And our goal is to support free-form touch-based hand-to-surface interaction. Yeah, the key of shadow touch is to construct high-quality and recognizable shadow features. So we first conducted an analysis on the optical principles of how the shadows were yielded and what characteristics good shadows should meet. We output three main goals: sufficient magnification, recognizable contrast, and rich gesture space for the target shadows. Based on these goals, we present some design rules. For example, we assume that our system is under a 1 millimeter resolution. We expected DS to be greater than 5 millimeter, and also we have HL greater than 10 millimeter for recognizable contrast. Yeah, and we also find that a wrist-mounted setting has better hand pose coverage. Yeah, and this figure showed our hardware design. To emphasize our design of constructing finger shadows with a wrist-mounted light source and reusing the cameras for hand tracking to enhance finger touch, recognition is a more lightweighted and computational-friendly hardware form. Yeah, and after acquiring recognizable shadow features, we devised a lightweight two-stage CNN-based model to recognize the touch states of independent fingers. Our model first extracted the boundaries of fingertips regions with dynamic sizes, and then classified the crop frame series within a short period to acquire the touch state for each finger. Yeah. And we run a leave one user out validation to evaluate the performance of shadow touch. Results show that our algorithm pipeline achieved an average accuracy of 99.0% and an F1 score of 96.7 for touch state recognition under a 5-frame window setting with a data reloading strategy. Yeah, and here's a real-time demo of our system. Yeah, as you can see, it can detect like the different kinds of touch, like the fast tapping or swiping or like the multi-touch. Yeah. And we also conducted an analysis to compare the sensing solution between Quest hand tracking and shadow touch. For collision-based algorithms, when the user touches the surface and slightly moves around their index finger in the same posture, the height variation of the fingertip reported by Quest 2 hand tracking was 19.5 millimeters or 9.8 millimeters for one lateral. And for shadow touch, in a normal posture, the minimum height of the index fingertip from the surface with which shadow touch can stably report touch-up was around 2 millimeters. And such a measurement validated that shadow touch could achieve a significantly higher resolution in differentiated subtle near-surface touch states compared with the collision-based algorithms. Yeah, as you can see, the magnific ratio is around 5 times, which means we can magnify the vertical movements by 5 times to the projected shadow features. Yeah. And also, shadow touch has brought a broad hand-to-surface interaction space. We categorize them into 3 subspaces: touch-based interaction, stroke-based interaction, and out-of-surface information. We developed 4 application prototypes and to showcase shadow touch's interaction space. The first one is the home navigator. As you can see, the user can control the cursor on a modified surface using a touchpad. Yeah. And they can also use multi-finger gestures like to simulate the gesture shortcut on the touchpad. Yeah. And like for the photo albums, yeah, they can use like the multi-finger gestures to perform the zooming or rotating functions. And yeah, like we can, in this whiteboard application, the user can draw with different fingers to get different strokes. And they can also use different fingers to tap at the color palette to select the brush size and the brush color. Yeah. And for the text editor application, the user can like tap with different fingers for different functions. For example, the user can tap with the middle finger to swipe the cursor. Yeah. And our usability evaluation study showed that applications enabled by shadow touch were well accepted by participants for lower mental load, stronger willingness, higher easiness, higher integrity, and stronger confidence in usage compared with threshold-based techniques. And here's some use sample analysis. And yeah, this is the threshold-based touch detection method and the hovering surface. Yeah, as we can see, there are some problems. For example, the user tends to exaggerate their gestures due to lack of haptic feedback. Yeah, and when they perform multi-finger gestures, there are often mistriggers. Yeah. And for the threshold-based touch detection with aligned physical surface, there are problems. For example, when the user recursively move the finger to, for example, to move the cursor in the same direction, that it often triggers mistouch because of insufficient touch detection resolution. Yeah. Yeah, and this is our shadow touch technique. As we can see, it is sensitive and accurate in recognizing subtle finger touch states of independent fingers. Yeah, and it also receives positive feedback from the users. For example, such as the user commented as is quite satisfying and is good in distinguishing subtle touch states. And yeah, the accuracy of the index and the middle finger can better than the threshold methods. Yeah, but there are also some limitations in the current implementation. including the when the hand out of the camera view, or the failure of media pipe recognition, and some errors caused by the occlusion, which is discussed in our paper in details. That's all for my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Any questions? We can have 2 quick questions.
Hi, I'm Nathan from Carnegie Mellon. I was wondering, did you test out the system in different ambient lighting conditions, like with a lamp nearby, or if you were out in the sunlight, and how that might change the performance of the system?
Yes, this is a good question. Actually, the data collected and experimented was conducted in an indoor ambient light. Yeah, and for the light outdoor or the outdoor light, I think a solution is to control the energy of the illuminant. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Herbo Benko from Meta. I'm curious, can you elaborate a little bit about the location of your light source and what impact does it have? Because at some point you already have a camera on the headset, and as long as you have displacement, if you have a light source that's 10 to 20 centimeters away from it, you can still see shadows on the table. You don't need to wear anything. So I'm just curious if you can elaborate a little bit on the need for the light source at the wrist versus the light source anywhere else.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. Yes, and our design of the optical structure is based on the motivation to amplify the near surface movement. Yeah, and actually, some like the environment light, for example, you can construct other shadow features. Yeah, but actually we aim to use our shadow for the recognition. Yeah, and we can have some engineering methods to avoid the shadow from the ambient environment. Yeah.
Steve Feiner, Columbia University. It's a really neat idea, and I was wondering whether you had thought about or had tried using other than visible light. So then you could have maybe multiple light sources at different non-visible wavelengths, infrared or ultraviolet, and then be able to go and avoid some of the blockage issues.
Yes, thank you. Yes, using light IR or other invisible lights is a better solution. Yeah. But actually, our work is to demonstrate the feasibility. Yeah, and we know there are many methods to optimize the form. Yeah, and we will keep working on them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the great questions, and also thanks, Chen, for the great talk. Our next paper in this session is stereoscopic viewing and monoscopic touching, selecting distant objects in VR through a mobile device, and it will be presented by Jun Li from KAIST. Jun has recently obtained a PhD degree, and he's also on the job market, so feel free to contact him. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think it's going to work. Yep. Thank you. Hi, I'm Jun Hyuk, a postdoctoral researcher at KAIST Korea. The title of my paper is Stereoscopic Viewing and Monoscopic Touching, Selecting Distant Objects in VR Through a Mobile Device. My co-authors are Taegyu, Sang-hyun, Seung-jun, and Professor Seok-hyung-bae. Here is my favorite scene from the movie Iron Man 2, where Tony Stark holds up his transparent smartphone and selects a distant TV screen through it and uploads videos that he wants to play on it. For me, the idea of holding and touching a tangible interface to interact with something that can be seen through it has always felt very elegant. We don't live in a world of transparent smartphones, but we do in a world of mixed reality computing, where we are beginning to take the thin and light smartphones into VR and make use of their multi-touch and pen input capabilities. In VR, even ordinary smartphones can be made to appear and work as transparent smartphones, so users can interact with distant virtual objects, similar to the way in which Tony Stark did in the movie. However, here's a secret that Hollywood doesn't want you to know. It's called a binocular parallax that causes double vision. Focusing on the finger makes the distant object appear as 2, and focusing on the distant object makes the finger appear as 2. This happens to anyone who has 2 eyes, both in reality and virtual reality, so Tony may sometimes find it difficult to select objects through his transparent device. We can actually calculate when objects would be too far or too small to select due to binocular parallax. When the distance between the eyes is large L, between the device and the eyes is large D, between the device and the object is small d, and the width of the object is small w, we can calculate a measure of difficulty. When this value is above 0, the object is close or big enough that the user can select despite the parallax. When this value is 0, the selection is just barely possible. Finally, when this value is below 0, the object is too far or too small that a precise selection is impossible because of the parallax. Here is a solution that we propose. When selecting through a transparent device, display a perspective-corrected monoscopic render of the scene on the screen. Maybe you have seen these pictures of fake transparency before. This is what I mean, but in real time. So, when the user is not selecting, the device is fully transparent to enable stereoscopic 3D viewing, and when selecting, the device fakes transparency to enable monoscopic 2D touching without the binocular parallax, and after that, the device becomes fully transparent again. However, there is still a sudden jump in the focal distance from the far object to the near device, and vice versa, as visualized by the blue and red lines, which can be perplexing. So we wanted to make this transition gradual. Fake transparency is homographic reprojection, so it can be considered as some kind of flattening. We can interpolate and animate this flattening as the user's fingertip approaches the device or moves away from it. This is what the transition between the stereoscopic viewing mode and the monoscopic touching mode looks like without the flattening animation and with the flattening animation. Okay. To implement our technique, we needed to track the smartphone very reliably in good sync with the hands tracked by the VR headset without adding too much weight or volume that can affect the selection performance and cause fatigue. We ended up using a clear acrylic panel in the shape of a regular iPhone. This allowed the Meta Quest 2 VR headset to track the fingers without any occlusion. We calculated the position and orientation of the panel from the positions of the joints of the fingers that held it, the only caveat being that you had to hold the panel in only the predetermined postures. We used a microphone to pick up the noise that is created when the fingertip makes contact with the panel to detect a touch. Because this noise was sometimes too small, we attached a small piece of metal to the fingertip to make this noise louder. Really low-tech, actually. Using this implementation, we conducted an evaluation where participants repeatedly selected green targets that appeared at varying angular displacements and radial distances in a predetermined, scrambled, and counterbalanced order. We also placed a yellow start button at the center so that each task began from the same gaze and pointing directions. We recruited 12 participants who made 1,728 selections in total with our technique and the most widely used ray casting as the baseline technique. Here's what those selection tasks looked like with the baseline ray casting technique and the proposed technique from the outside and inside of VR headset. Our technique was 27% quicker on average and up to 33% quicker at 6 meters. Our technique was also 45% more precise on average and up to 49% more precise at 9 meters. Note that the differences were bigger at larger target distances. With ray casting, selection becomes a lot more difficult as target distance increases, like shooting a tennis ball with a laser pointer across a large meeting room. However, with our technique, no matter how far the target, the selection only involves touching a 2D circle on a 2D screen, which is much easier. Our technique also scored better than neutral in all NASA TLX-based questions asking about the subjective demands. The participants answered that our technique was less mentally demanding, more performant, and less frustrating than ray casting. Many participants likened our technique to using the autofocus feature of a camera so that both the target and the fingertip come into sharp focus. Others mentioned that it felt like bringing the distant target to the fingertip for touching. We are really excited by all the immersive applications that our technique enables. Perhaps in a VR car design studio, the user can change the color of the car by holding up a virtual palette against it. Perhaps on a metaverse street, the user can quickly select a moving avatar to bring up details about that avatar. Perhaps in a VR space battle, the user can tap consecutively to select multiple spacecrafts and swipe to send them away. I would like to leave you with two take-home messages. First, always think about binocular parallax whenever there is a faraway object and an overlay of interface that is closer. All the images and videos that we create are monoscopic, and they make us forget that we have two eyes, each of which sees a slightly different version of the world, creating a parallax that causes usability problems. We even had to invent a new visualization method just to show this to you. Second, start putting VR and smartphones together, because VR headsets are getting better and better, and smartphones are not going away anytime soon. The transparency metaphor can offer a very elegant way of enabling multi-touch and pen input capabilities in immersive workspaces. So, if you're Apple, please let us use iPhones and iPads this way in the upcoming Vision Pro headset. And if you're Meta or Microsoft, you should do this before Apple does it. I would like to conclude with an announcement. We tried our best to tell you all about the binocular parallax, but it is still really difficult to get a sense of why it is a problem and how our technique solves it. So I am demoing our technique tonight, so feel free to come and try at our booth ID 999. Thank you so much.
Any question from the audience?
Hi, Yuan Liu from University of Notre Dame. This is a really cool project. I really like it. Just a quick question about the choice of smartphone, because smartphones tend to be really heavy compared to the glass you were testing in your experiments. How do you think about like holding a smartphone and while you're having a headset on, just holding it to try to select it? Does that create any strains on people's hands?
Yes, that's a really great question, and I would like to answer this by saying that I think I submitted different versions of this paper like 6 times over the last 10 years. They all had different hardware configurations, and one of those had the heavy smartphones, and we attached like a rubber band from the ceiling so that the participant wouldn't be as fatigued and so on and so forth. But I think regular smartphones, I think, are okay. But if we start attaching like tracking modules and other markers, they can quickly add up the fatigue factor. So we wanted to eliminate that by using a prop instead of an actual smartphone and modules. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the, congrats for the acceptance eventually. So I have a follow-up question. How do you think about if we, because we also have the handheld controllers for VR headsets currently, what if we just attach a touchpad, like a transparent even, touchpad onto the controller? How does it work? Does your work support that?
Yeah, also a great question. So we also considered like attaching a touch capacitive touch panel to the panel, but we actually wanted to make it as minimal as possible. And we are kind of hoping that by showing these kind of application scenarios, companies like Meta and Apple would support natively tracking of the smartphones, which would eliminate every problem that was mentioned here. Thank you. Hi.
Hello, Hemant from Meta.
Really great presentation, and also I really like this paper and the idea. I have a quick question around, did you find any pattern of how people orient the device and where the touch point, like the different touch points are on the device itself?
Wow, that's also a very great question, which would have probably been better answered by a previous version of the paper that I submitted earlier. But I can answer that in a short. I think people usually tend to touch on the upper side because they have to raise it, right? Most of the times they're raising, and they're kind of lazy, so they're not raising as fully as people should, and so they're kind of half raising it, and people are like touching on the upper side mostly.
Okay.
If that answers your
And
question.
was there any, like in subjective analysis of the experience, was there any pattern of like hand representation? Like were there any comments around how the hand was sort of like shown in the VR experience? Like, did people expect it to be transparent, or like only like fingertips are shown, something like that?
Okay. I think it's really difficult to explain in video or words how this actually feels like. So I think the best way would be for you to come to the demo and try it
Perfect.
yourself.
Yeah. I'm really excited for the demo too. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please remember to come to the demo session. Thanks, June, again. Our next paper is touch type GAN, modeling touch typing with generative adversarial network. It will be presented by Jeremy Chu from Stony Brook University. I hope connection is okay. Yay. So take it away.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeremy. I am a PhD student at Stony Brook University working under Professor Xiaojun Bi. And today I'll be presenting our work, Touch Type GAN, for modeling touch typing using a generative adversarial network. And this work was done in collaboration with Shuman Zai from Google. So tap typing is the most common form of input on touchscreen keyboards. But it is actually surprisingly complicated as an input method because people can type in different ways. They can use their index finger, they can use one thumb, or they can use two thumbs. And each of these results in different placements of touch points and different speeds of typing. So we developed a generative adversarial network that can simulate tap typing. It can account for how the user is typing, whether they are using their index finger, two thumbs, or one thumb, and it can use any arbitrary text as input. The clip being shown below is examples of typing sequences that were generated by touch type GAN. And there's two major reasons why we investigated this. The first is in normal training of decoder models, you need a large amount of data, and in order to collect that data normally, you would have to bring people into a lab, which takes time, and you're still limited in the amount of different words and sentences that you can get data for. And the second motivation is that much of the previous work involved in simulating tap typing involves more analytical methods, and we think that using a generative method such as a generative adversarial network could be useful in improving generation results. So here I'd like to start by showing off the model working in real time. So here we have our website running. You can actually go to that URL if you want to and play with this. And here, if I submit a word to the model, we can get a sequence of touch points being played back in real time. And if I hover over each of these, we can get the XY position and the time elapsed for the gesture. So here we can see that this gesture took about 2.5 seconds in order to finish. And if I continue generating examples, we can see that there's different touch point sequences being generated. If I change some settings here, it'll become a little clearer. So here that we can see that the touch point sequences that were generated for the same word end up being at different points. And we can also see the model is also able to account for how the gesture or the touch points were typed. So if, let me generate a new example here. And then I will switch it to two-thumb typing. And you might have noticed that the touch points were typed a little bit faster, as you might expect from two-thumb typing. And if we look over at the timestamps, we can see that the total duration was significantly faster for two-thumb typing than for one-thumb. And I can also do this for longer sentences, including spaces. So I can try and so the model is able to generate for longer sequences of full sentences and also for shorter sequences of just a single word. And here we show the touch point distributions between the touch type GAN model, user typed touch points, and the rotational dual Gaussian model. Because touch type GAN is able to account for the typing modality, the distributions can change depending on which typing modality is being used. So if we look at the letter J here, for example, we can see that there are changes between the index finger, two-thumb, and one-thumb typing in terms of the placement of points, as well as in the user typed, while it's not quite as clear in the rotational dual Gaussian, since that model does not account for typing modality. So here I'll briefly go over the architecture for touch type GAN. This builds off of our previous work with word gesture GAN. So the key modules from that are using a variational encoder in order to control the latent space, and using a bicycle GAN training method to ensure that outputs from the model have greater variety, and that we can sample from just a Gaussian distribution different touch point sequences for a single sentence or word. But the key differences for the touch type GAN model is that we modified the variational encoder in order to accept variable length sequences. In the original word gesture GAN model, we have it so that gestures are of a static length, but with normal typing, there will always be a different number of touch points depending on how many letters you're typing. So we needed to make it so that the encoder could be variable length. And then we also implement a variational decoding generator, which I will explain in this slide. So for a key issue with generative adversarial networks is the idea of mode collapse, where for a given input, the training for a GAN will collapse to only generating a single point. So say I give the letter T, it will always generate the same point if mode of collapse occurs. So in order to reduce mode collapse, instead of having the generator specifically generate a single point for each letter, we task it with generating a distribution that we can then sample from in order to get the touch point. And then in order to ensure that the distribution itself doesn't collapse, we regularize it against a reference key distribution. In our case, we use the dual Gaussian model as proposed by B&Jai as our reference distribution in order to prevent mode collapse. And because of the fact that we can have time stamps for each of the touch points in a sequence, we can also predict the duration of sentences. So here we show a distribution of predicted times for over the testing data set for touch type GAN and user typed sequences. And as you can see from the diagram, it has pretty good coverage over the range of durations of typed sentences. And we also evaluated its ability, how this differed given different postures for typing. And as you can notice in the two thumbs typing mode, the user typed and touch type GAN sentence lengths are significantly shorter than with index finger and one thumb typing, as you would expect, and that lines up here in the data. And so touch type GAN can predict the distribution of movement time of typing phrases and can adjust for different typing modes. And I'll go back to the site here. And so thank you for listening to the presentation. For more details on the full implementation of the paper, for the full implementation of the model, please refer to the paper. And and if you want to access the thumb typing or the tap typing model or the word gesture GAN model, you can go to www.typinggan.com, and I will take any questions now.
Thank you for the great presentation. One of the questions that I have is that usually I believe that it's not just a Gaussian model that people use for key predictions. It could be a Bayesian system, and we could be combining it with the language model or by a bigram model. So have you considered that as well? And the second question is that if you can shed light on 10-finger typing, and what would be the challenges if you need to consider fatigue or mistakes and all that. Thank you.
Okay, so for the first question about different distributions, it's not constrained directly to the Gaussian distribution. As long as there is some reference distribution that we can check against, then we can use that to regularize in the generator. And then for the second question, for 10-finger typing, I believe the model wouldn't have too much trouble dealing with in terms of dealing with the rate at which the typing's occurring and also the placement of touch points. I don't believe it would have too much of an issue with that, given that when you're typing with 10 fingers, you tend to be using the same fingers for each keys, and so the expected distributions should be similar for each of the keys.
Yeah, all right, thanks for the answer, because we have a vision talk right after this, so let's just save some time, and you can always reach to Jeremy for further questions. Let's thank Jeremy again. Our final presentation will be CPAC correcting and completing variable length prefix-based abbreviated keystrokes by Tianshi Li, who recently graduated from Carnegie Mellon University. Yeah, let's just wait a little bit for the setting up. Thanks for your patience along the session, because there are some small technical issues for connecting the device. Okay, here we go.
Give me 1 sec to adjust this. Okay, maximize this window. My cursor here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good idea. But I just need to like reverse the direction, and it's so hard. Is this the right? Which button is the and right? Like. Oh, okay. I think I got it. Oh, wow. Great. Thank you so much. This is much harder than research. All right, I'm the last talk, so I'll be quick. So I'm really glad to be here representing my co-authors, Shumin and Philip. Shumin is also here to present this work. And for the context, the system was actually developed in 2018 when I did an internship at Google, and most of the studies were done back then. So there are two forms of intelligence in mobile keyboards. So the first type is those error-tolerant word completion. Basically, when you type a prefix or you type a complete word, but there is some error, the decoder can correct this error and provide suggestions of the complete word. And it can provide a relaxation of, a reduction and relaxation of the precise motor control. And also, there's another type of intelligence, which is the forward suggestion. Basically, based on the preceding context, it can predict the next word or next phrase. And in this work, we kind of want to explore the possibility of a third type of intelligence, which is beyond word-level completion and forward suggestion. We want to explore phrase-level abbreviation completion, so to potentially further improve the prediction power due to the longer context. And I want to first demonstrate how our system works with a demo video. Oops, is it showing up? Okay. Yeah, so in this video, you can see that as a user, you can type a sequence of prefixes. There could be some errors in it, and this keyboard can auto-complete the entire phrase. And as a user, you need to make a bit more decision as compared to previously when you only have word level completion, because now you need to determine when you're going to commit, how long the sentence or the phrase are you going to commit. And in this example, the user is actually typing the entire phrase or the sentence out, and then it can complete the entire sentence at the same time. And in the next example, you can see that you can also divide the sentence into multiple chunks and then commit smaller phrases at one time. So then it gives user more flexibility, but it also requires users to make more decisions on the fly. So in this work, we mainly try to answer 3 research questions and also make 3 research contributions. The first is we thoroughly discuss and explore the design space of CPAC, which is what we name this new type of abbreviated phrase input text method. And then we conducted computational simulation studies to evaluate our decoders' performance and try to simulate what would be the best performance if there is an expert user of CPAC. And then finally, we conducted some user studies to test this keyboard with real users and see how users learn and use this system and adapt to their behaviors to the prediction model. In this talk, I'm just going to focus on the second and the third point. So I'll first introduce the key component of our system, which is the decoder. So this decoder is based on the N-gram language model, which is the status quo in modern mobile keyboards. So the benefits is it has low computational requirements and can run on the mobile phone, but also have decent performance. So our system was built upon Gboard, so it has pretty strong baseline to compare with. And I have a screenshot here, but I won't go into detail of these formulas. So the key idea of the decoder is just basically the input is the literal string, and then we will split it into prefixes using space as the word delimiter, and the algorithm will iterate through these prefixes and decode them into words to optimize the language score and the spatial score at the same time. So first, we did some computational simulation studies. And first, we want to just measure what would be the best theoretical performance in terms of the keystroke saving and error correction. So let me first get my cursor back. Yeah, so for in terms of keystroke saving, we found that theoretically speaking, we can further improve the best keystroke saving as compared to word level completion, which achieved a 6.7% improvement. And then it also further reduces the context switch between text entry and suggestion selection, because now you can like enter multiple words at the same time. And on average, the simulation shows that users can complete 2.39 words per commit. And in the second simulation, we focus on the error correction. So we found that with phrase rating, it reduces the character level error rate by 13.3%. And third simulation study tried to further explore what are some what are some optimal strategies for doing abbreviated phrase writing. And specifically, we found that abbreviated phrase writing were especially useful for common phrases, which is, yeah, also not that surprising. So finally, we did some user studies. There are 14 participants. We use a within subjects design, and there are 2 conditions. So the baseline was the Gboard, which is a pretty strong baseline, and we also enabled all the typical forward suggestion and error correction features. And then for the phrase writer, all the participants were instructed to type in the way they feel fast and comfortable. So we didn't force them to use the phrase writing feature. So we selected 75 phrases from the Aaron email corpus, and then we have these 8 blocks of typing tasks in the study. All the participants will start with 10 phrases and just use that to practice using phrase writer, because that's the first time they use it. And then at the end, there is a debrief session, so we asked them to type 5 phrases and explain their strategies of how they do the abbreviation and determine when to do the commit. So here are some results. First, we found that with phrase writer, we actually see a significant improvement in terms of motor action saving. So we found, so the keystroke saving rate was significantly higher than the baseline. And we also found that users were able to leverage this multiple word commit feature. So 3.5 words were committed on, were entered for per commit on average. However, we also found that the time performance were not as good. So we found with phrase writer, it actually had lower text entry rate as compared to the baseline. And we then did further analysis to see what was the cause of that. So on a high level, I think an important takeaway is with this more complex way of doing abbreviation and commit, it actually potentially increased the cognitive cost. So we found that the performance gap between baseline and phrase writer is mainly caused by 3 actions, which are text key press, suggestion press, and the separator press. And specifically, we found all the users were spending more time on evaluating each suggestion with phrase writer. So that's a potential challenge that we need to address in the future for implementing this. We also found that users have a nice intuition in terms of the sweet spot of using more abbreviation in common phrases. So we actually found there is a significant positive correlation between the commonality of the phrase and the abbreviation rate. And more interestingly, we found users with different habit before phrase writing, like when they use only word completion, we divide people into 2 groups. So the high usage group are people who actually use a lot of the word completion feature, and the low usage group is people who don't use word completion. And we found that those people who use word completion actually have a better sense of these abbreviation for common words feature. So it's kind of see the transferring of the skills from the word level completion to phrase level completion. So we also did some qualitative analysis. So I think on a high level, we can just see like these participants develop some good intuition and quickly develop some personal strategies in terms of when and how to use phrase writing. So here are just some final takeaways. We did both theoretical and empirical analysis, and it turns out that abbreviated phrase writing improves the theoretical best performance in terms of both keystroke and error correction. However, it helped decrease the motor cost at the expense of increased cognitive cost. So also it kind of in the current implementation, it also reduces the time performance. So there are multiple things to think about it, but one thing I want to point out is maybe the speed is not the only thing we want to pursue, and sometimes maybe in like accessibility applications, this would be a good thing to consider. And also users with different typing habits may get different benefits from abbreviated phrase writing. And regarding design challenges, one big thing is the cognitive costs. And another thing is the editing cost, because right now the user have to either accept the entire phrase suggestion or have to kind of decline the entire suggestion. So maybe if we have some kind of partial commit, so that allow them to accept part of them and easily fix the small part that's wrong in it, it will even further reduce the cognitive cost. And in terms of future direction, given the advancement of language modeling technologies in recent years, it will be interesting to see if it can further improve the fluency of the prediction in terms of the semantically proper prediction and also grammatical suggestions. So that's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hi, very interesting work. Andrew from INSPIR, Brazil. So I was wondering if this is applicable to shape writing, and if so, what would be the challenges to adapt to it? Because I was thinking that maybe when you're already doing the shape, you may kind of automatically skip a few letters if they're like in the middle of the word. Would it be useful or would it be applicable?
So first of all, Shumin is the inventor of ShapeWriter, and maybe he will have more understanding in terms of the algorithm itself. So I think it's a really interesting idea because people are normally tend to omit some of the keystrokes when they use ShapeWriting. But I think it may be difficult to directly apply how we implemented PhraseWriter to implement it in ShapeWriter. But one challenge is how we determine the user want to commit something, because here we actually implicitly assume that when people enter the space key, they are actually want to proceed to the next prefix, but not commit the previous word. But when you do shape writing, you actually just naturally commit the word every time you do it. So that's, I think, one difficulty in you design the interaction for this. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Also, thank you for speeding up the speech. I realized that. Thank you everyone for attending today's session. My apologies for a bit late in the schedule, but also my excuse will be some technical issues. So please enjoy the vision talks that happening